ਨੀਵੀਆਂ ਤੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਚੀਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਪੱਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ
Welcome to India Day.
ਕੁਝ ਚੀਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਪੱਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਰੀ ਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਵੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਵੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ
Mr. Bean here.
Mr. Bean is in the house.
And Mr. Farrington here.
तेरा की कसूर जन शिले नैन हो गए सिख के अदामा शिर मिले नैन हो गए तेरा की कसूर जन शिले नैन हो गए सिख के अदामा शिर मिले नैन हो गए सांभ के रखनी है जोब निपटारी सांभ के रखनी है जोब निपटारी मुड़ के नहीं आनी है बहार मुंडिया तो बच के रही नी तू हुने होई मुटियार मुंडिया तो बच के रही नी तू हुने होई मुटियार मुंडिया तो बच के रही
Exhausted.
Are you sitting down, Mr. McBean?
Exactly. I mean, your arms are
जवान तेरा रूप ढाठा मारदा पतला जलक ना हुनारा भी सहारदा चढ़ती जवान तेरा रूप ढाठा मारदा पतला जलक ना हुनारा भी सहारदा गोरा गोरा रंग युक्त मेरी गाजी तोर गोरा गोरा रंग युक्त मेरी गाजी तोर नहीं तेरे जैसी सोनी कोई नार मुंडिया तो बच के रही नी तू हुने होई मुटियार मुंडिया तो बच के रही नी तू हुने होई मुटियार मुंडिया तो बच के रही
Holly Baker's watching. Hello, Holly.
Hello, Holly.
Hello, Alfie and Henry.
ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਬੁੱਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਤੇਰੀਆਂ ਕਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਚੰਨੀ ਤਖਨੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਗਲੀਆਂ ਬਿਛਾਣੀਆਂ ਚੋਪਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੁੱਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਤੇਰੀਆਂ ਕਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਚੰਨੀ ਤਖਨੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਗਲੀਆਂ ਬਿਛਾਣੀਆਂ ਜੰਜੂਆ ਤਾਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇਰੇ ਰੂਪ ਦਾ دیਵਾਨਾ ਜੰਜੂਆ ਤਾਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇਰੇ ਰੂਪ ਦਾ دیਵਾਨਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਾ ਹੁਸਨ ਦਾ ਬਾਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ
Oh, that was a fantastic start to today at POW. Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to see you all. We have a very, very special day of learning ahead with the virtual school. We have India Day 2020. We've got some fantastic guests here this morning. Let's start with the Mistry-Dyers. How are we this morning, the Mistry-Dyers?
We're very well, thank you. Namaste, everybody.
Namaste, namaste. We've got Mr. McBean here.
Namaste, everyone. Namaste.
Mr. McBean, do you want to tell everyone why are we doing India Day? It should have been happening in
the year twos were doing a topic about India this half term, and we'd started learning a bit about India, and we'd learned a bit about the village called Chembakoli, and we looked at things from Chembakoli and learned a bit about that, and we learned a bit about the festival of Diwali and the story of Ram and Sita. But sadly, it came to a bit of a grinding halt when the schools had to close. And we had already planned, though, India Day, thanks to Preba, who was going to help us. And rather than let it just not happen, Preba said, let's do it online. So Mr. Spracklen said, let's do it online. Yes. So here we are today. Welcoming
here we are. And we're also joined by a special guest, Mr. Farrington. How are you, Mr. Farrington?
Namaste. I'm very well, thank you.
And you've got your outfit on there, sir?
I've got my wedding suit on because although I'm all on my own at my house, it's my 37th wedding anniversary today. I thought I'd wear the wedding suit that I bought in Bengaluru when I was there in 2012.
Oh, fantastic! You're looking
very smart. Sparkly. That's the reason.
Very smart.
Very squish.
We've got people saying good morning this morning. We've got David saying hello. Hello, David.
Hey, David.
Hey, Jacob and Ralph. Thank you for joining us, Jacob and Ralph. We've got Jacob and Eva Archer are watching us.
Yeah.
We've got Ethan Dodds joining us. Good morning, Ethan. And good morning to Alfie and to Florence who are watching live. Good morning and happy India Day from Elliot and Ruben. We've also got
Thanks, guys.
saying hello to Imogen. Hello, Imogen.
So,
Tabitha.
Mr. McBean, you're looking like a sort of religious guru there. Are you lying back?
I am, yes. I have. If I stand up, you won't be able to see me. I've got the camera sort of rigged up in a very casual position. So I'm sat up. If I sit up straight, yeah, it'll be like this. You'll miss the top of my head. So,
we've got good morning from Andreas and Anna, and good morning to Mr. McBean from Oscar.
Hi, Oscar.
Good morning to Rosa. We've got the Bostons who are very excited that it's India Day. George and Evie Wilson are watching. The Chef Debs is watching. Good morning, Chef Debs.
Hi, Chef Debs.
With Lily's watching. Namaste all from Abel.
Hi, Abel.
And Florence is watching. I don't know if anyone's seen, but Florence has done some amazing Rangoli work outside.
Was it Florence? It was amazing.
Amazing.
Can we see pictures?
Alfie, I'll show you some pictures in later on, definitely. And happy India Day from the Gooms, and Namaste from Emily and Alice. I'm going to hand over to Mrs. Mistry-Dyer now, who's going to take us for the first part of the session.
Okay. Well, we're going to start off with a short prayer this morning. I'm going to basically show you, I'm going to have to turn you around and show you how Hindus pray. Hindus pray generally every day, and they don't have to go to the temple. They can pray from home. So when I went to university, I missed praying with my family. So I went to Leicester in my very dodgy car and bought myself a little shrine, we call it, so I could pray while I was a student. I hope you can all see this. So it's got various pictures of lots of Hindu gods and goddesses, and they all represent different strengths and weaknesses. Well, but strengths, and help you to combat weaknesses. So each idol has a different meaning. So we have Ganesh here. I'll show you Ganesh. Ganesh is the god of wealth, and also he's auspicious. So if you are sitting an exam or about to get married, the first Hindu god that you will worship will be Ganesh, and followed by the various other gods and goddesses. So down here we have, I don't know if you can see, we're going to light a diya. I've got some fresh flowers from the garden. We've got some rice and some gonku, and I have an incense stick. And this is generally how you would start your prayers to invite the gods and ask for their blessings every day. Okay, so I'm going to ask for some water to be popped in here. You might need a little spoon, only a little drop. Imogen, can you drop a little water in there? And I've already prepared a little bit of cotton wool for my diya. And basically you roll it up into a bowl and just pinch a bit to make the wick. It's a bit like a candle. Okay, so we're going to pop it in there. And then I'm going to pour some ghee, which is like candle wax, but it's purified butter. And this will work to light the flame. Okay. Oh, it's gone in. Oh, no. It's all right. Don't worry. Now, I'm just going to put that to the side because that's quite hot. Now, lighter. Right. Now, I'm just going to mix the gunku with the water. You can see that. And that's becoming a red paste. Now, the gunku is like a bindi. I don't know if you saw Mr. Spracklen's head. It's a bit like a janlo, like what I've got here. But if you saw Mr. Spracklen's head, he's attempted to put a very large janlo on his head, which you do to the idols, the gods and goddesses, as well as to people on auspicious occasions. His is slightly bigger than we'd like and slightly in the wrong place. But the attempt is amazing. I'm very impressed.
What did you say it looked like?
I thought it might have been hit by a squash ball.
Thought I'd been hit by a squash ball.
Right. Okay. So now, I'm going to light the deer. Now we light the candle. We light the deer because this illuminates the way for the gods, and they really like this. The other thing we do is light an incense stick. Now, Mr. McBean,
Yes,
what does an incense stick do?
Well, it smells nice, and I guess it kind of just awakens your sense of smell. And is that right?
Yes,
I mean,
that's correct. And because it's perfumey, the gods love it. They can smell this, and they can be with us and enjoy the perfume of the incense stick, basically. So I'm going to sort of, what's the word? Waft it around the shrine and the idols and get them to enjoy the smell of the incense and the light of the deer. Now,
Trevor, is this called puja? Puja.
it is called puja, yes. This is what I'm doing. And this is what Hindus will do every day in their home. They can do it at the temple or they can do it at home, but most Hindus have a shrine at home. So
I'll just take my bindi.
No, do you want to do it to Ganesh?
Oh, okay.
Right. So we take our little finger next to our pinky and we put it into the gunku first. And then we're going to put a bindi on Ganesh. That's it. And then we're going to take some rice. You can wipe it in there. And we're going to stick a few grains of rice onto Ganesh's head. And now I'm going to ring the bell, and I would like either Mr. Farrington or Mr. McBean or Mr. Spracklen to say a prayer, a few words for today's prayer. Who would like to volunteer?
Who's going to go first, Mr. McBean?
You go. No, I'll go first.
Right,
Okay.
A prayer, so we'll all chip in.
So if I ring the bell,
Yeah.
and then we can say a few words of prayer, and then after we've said a few words, then we can have a silent contemplation just to let that prayer and thought embed. Okay.
Yeah.
Om Shanti Shanti Om.
We give thanks today for Prabha and everybody involved in our India Day. While we're at home, staying safe, let's hope that we have an enjoyable day and do lots of learning and spare some time to think about how lucky we are to be at home and fit and well and keep us safe in all these things that are going on in the world around us.
And I'd just like us all to think about perhaps the people that we're not able to be with today, the people who are looking after them, particularly nurses and doctors and cleaners and porters and chemists and all the people that we're depending upon at this difficult time.
It's worth, getting passwords for everybody again.
Thank you very much for your prayers. Do we have any questions?
Questions? Yes, Prabha, question. So, you, obviously, your family and you're originally from India, but you were telling me that you actually were born in this country, and it was your
I think I can
very
answer
well.
that, can't I, Prabha?
Yes,
Because
you can.
when I first met Prabha, she came to me and asked if she could have some time off school to enable her and her family to participate in. Was it Diwali, Prabha, or was it Holi? I can't remember now.
It would have been Diwali. It would have been Diwali.
It was Diwali, and I discovered that in fact Prabha was born and brought up and went to school just down the road from where I used to live when I was a little boy, right. In Bolton in Lancashire.
No, that's the best.
I don't. It wasn't the same school, was it, Prabha? But
I
knew the school that you went to, and I think I'm right that the part of India that your parents lived and still have a home is in Gujarat. In, how would we describe it? Northwestern India.
It is, yeah. Yep.
And there were at that time, when I hesitate to ask when you were born, Prabha, that would be very rude of me. But certainly when I was at school in the early 1960s, there was a large Gujarati community in the town where I was born, which was Bolton.
It still is very large. It is still very large, the community. It hasn't changed very much. I'm at early 1970s child, and yes, we have a huge Asian community in Bolton, and it's very well looked after. And there are lots of facilities, lots of temples, Sikh temples, gurdwaras, and mosques as well. It's huge, the community, and lots of Asian supermarkets. It's fantastic.
We've had lots of people saying hello. We've had morning from Charlie and family.
And I can still remember when I was a little boy being fascinated because there were lots of cinemas in the town at that time. And one of them was obviously purely for the Indian market. And I'm guessing it was Bollywood movies that they showed, or Tamil. There's a big film industry in the part of India that where Tamil is the language, isn't it?
Yes, and lots of Tamil actors and actresses are now going into mainstream Bollywood. So there's lots coming up from Tamil and then becoming like famous Bollywood stars. It's there is that trend. When we were little, every Sunday we used to go to the local cinema, right, and watch 3 Bollywood movies per day. Mum would take all the Indian snacks and all the foods and crisps, and we used to go to the cinema and spend the whole day there eating and drinking and watch about 2 or 3 Bollywood movies. So they were 3-hour-long movies, but that's how we were brought up. We loved it. But then slowly, it sort of, when the video recorder came out, that sort of died away, which was a shame, really.
We've had
an early
from our viewers
experience.
Sorry, we've had our first question from viewers here. Isaac says, "Can you get everything you need from Dorchester?"
Unfortunately, not. I do have to go to Bolton and stock up on supplies for the things that I need, and I can get personal stuff off my mum. She makes her own garam masala, which is one of the spices I'm going to use in the cooking today. And she goes to India every year, so she'll bring back for me homemade poppadoms, which are really tasty. And there's things like chickpea flour I can buy, but it's very rare to find unless I go to Poole. There's a street in Poole which has some Indian shops on there, but because mine is specific to Gujarat, the food that I cook, I can't always get the ingredients.
Well, okay. Can you speak any Gujarati, Prabha?
Yes, I can. And Imogen has learnt one of the tasks this week was to count to 10 in Gujarati.
Oh, well done.
Ooh.
Are you going to show us an Imogen? Put you on the spot.
Ik, bear, cho, thron, cha, ban, cho, sat, art, nor, and dus.
Well done, Imogen.
Well done.
Great
Right.
job, Imogen. That's fantastic.
If you don't
Another
mind,
question?
How about? Can I ask a little quiz for the children listening in, Mr. Spracklen?
Definitely.
How about seeing if anybody knows? There's not probably an exact answer to this, but can we give a prize to the family that comes up with the closest number? How many different languages are spoken in India? How many different languages?
Sure.
I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that.
I think we might have talked about that in year 2, actually. But I can't remember what we.
Well, maybe we'll see how good your teaching has been.
Well, yeah, or not. That's the question, maybe.
See how many families come up with an
Yeah.
answer. I'm sure Mr. Spracklen can come up with some sort of prize. For
I'm sure you will.
We can definitely do that. Alex asking would like to know what the rice means. I think that's from the prayer that you just did.
Hello, Alec. Now, some things that I do, I was brought up with and did it automatically. I didn't really question it because it was part of life. It's a bit like, I don't know, when you're younger, you don't really ask where the Easter eggs come from. Well, you know the Easter bunny brings them, but you don't realise the significance. It's more about the chocolate. So the rice and the gunku, it was always done. I don't know.
Rice is the staple food of India.
I hesitate to sort of jump into.
No, do.
It's part of something called prasad, isn't it? Which is the notion of giving gifts to the deities in a variety of different forms.
So we offer the flowers and we
Yeah.
light the incense. So I guess the gunku and the rice is another form of gift.
Yeah. But I mean, does that word prasad mean anything to you, or is that a
That's
Hindi
blessed
word?
food. That's blessed food. So when you go to the temple and it's a holy day,
Right.
which food? The food you'll cook. Okay, so let's take, for example, a fasting day. Okay, at home or at the temple, if it's a special feast day, or you're remembering a certain, if it's Krishna Day or Ganesh Day, and it's a religious festival, you all get together and you'll pray. And what you will do is cook some food together communally. And once you prayed and sang and chanted, the food is now prasad. It's the food that has gone to the gods, been gifted, and comes back to us blessed. And that is what prasad is. And we partake of the blessed food, the prasad, back from the gods.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Joel likes the idea, likes the sound of eating Indian snacks all day at the cinema.
Oh, it was fantastic. It was fantastic.
And we've had lots of guesses to Mr. Farrington's question, so let's put some of these up quickly. We've got
All right.
the first one, the second
Right.
one.
Okay. Oh, right. Right.
Oh, how many do you think?
What was that?
Check.
60. Wow, 60 to 70. Right.
There's more. There's more people watching.
100 languages.
100.
Right?
Wow.
It's a lot of language.
There's a lot of 20s going
A
on.
lot
Isn't
of people are saying 22, aren't they?
Lots of guesses. Well, maybe we'll keep that question open for a bit later on.
Yeah.
Am I right in thinking,
Let
Mr.
more
Farrington?
people search the internet.
I have.
Am I right in thinking, Mr. Farrington, that English would be one of the main languages in India?
Well, English is one of the main languages, and there's a good reason for that, because children may or may not know that India only became an independent country in 1947, and for many years before that, Britain had ruled India. I don't want to get into the ins and outs and the morality of that, but that was the situation. It was part of the British Empire, and because there are so many different languages in India, when India became independent, a way to make sure that every Indian had an opportunity to succeed and, for example, get good jobs in the government and so on, they made English one of the official languages. So that's the reason why an awful lot of Indian people from all over the different areas of India, very often they will speak English, particularly if they are educated ones. Excuse me, Mr. McBean, I suspect that's my wife calling to wish me...
TV, I think.
English is taught at schools. English is taught at schools in India, yes. And most people will want to learn how to speak English because I guess the job opportunities are much better if you're multilingual.
Right. So if you were to visit India as a tourist, you'd probably be fine because there'd be lots of people there that could speak English to help you. So it would be actually quite an easy country to get around. Is that true?
That's right. And also, it's like when you go to any country, if they're learning English, they love to practice it with you.
Yeah.
And
I haven't been to India.
You visited India recently, didn't you? Was it about a year and a half ago now?
No, it's been more than that. It's a couple of years now.
Already?
I think, Imogen, what year we were trying to...
I was in year 2.
You were in year 2?
Yes.
And I remember you sharing all your fabulous photos. We had a very special assembly when you came back.
We did, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. That was much fun.
It was lots and lots of fun. What was your biggest memory of that visit, Imogen?
The pool.
I knew she was going to say.
We had the pool all to ourselves.
We went to this.
Well, you learned a lot of you, so
outdoor swimming pool. Well, I mean, this was like how would you describe it? A water park, and there was nobody there, but there was a few members of staff. So it was a huge water park over lots of land, and they opened it for us. And me and my family, there were about 15 of us all together, went in there and went all down these water chutes. I mean, in the baking hot sun, this whole water park to yourselves with no queues. I mean, we had dinghies and going down slides and chutes. And I don't know, what was the one that Alexander went down? Something in that whirlpool one. But it was amazing. We just got to spend the whole day by ourselves in this water park, didn't we, Imogen?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so much fun. It's so much fun. They're so kind.
And Trevor, you say you went during the festival of Diwali. So did you celebrate Diwali while you were there in some style, or what was that like?
Yeah, Christmas.
Well, it's Christmas. It was Diwali because all the fireworks.
Yeah, remember the living room was on fire.
Oh, no, that was something else. That's another story. The electrics on Christmas Eve, we were in India and the electrics were overloaded because my mum put air conditioning in before we arrived for the children. So, but they hadn't updated the fuse board. So it couldn't cope. So Christmas Eve, there was a fire from the fuse board. Fortunately, everybody survived. But it's the Christmas Eve we'll never forget. My mum was, hi Ram, I can't believe it. The gods are against us.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. But
Poor
anyway.
mum. Poor grandma.
I think you're going to show us a spot of cooking. Is that right?
I am.
Oh, yes,
If
please.
it's okay if I can just clear up and prepare some things. So if I can just switch off for about 15 minutes, that would be great.
That's brilliant. We'll be back at 10:15, everyone. We're going to keep this stream live, so we're not going to end the broadcast today. So I'm just going to put up a slide that says, actually, what I'll do is I'll put up our literacy challenge today. So some of the facts that we've already been talking about, you can have a little look at those, and we will be back. So everyone who's joined us, Mr. Farrington and Mrs. Mistry-Dyer and Imogen and Mr. McBean, if you leave everything switched on as it already is, I'll make you disappear from the live feed. So give a wave goodbye, the Mistry-Dyers. Nobody can see you now, and it's just me that's left by the looks of it. And I'll say goodbye as well. So we'll be back at 10:15. How are we doing, Mr. McBean?
Well, I'm just
having
going to make some
Bit
cup
of a
of tea.
partner there?
Nice to cup of tea. I'm learning to play Isn't She Wonderful by Stevie Wonder. Do you know that one? It's a lovely song. So it's a lovely chord. Lovely chords.
It's good to be back today. Mr. McBean, I've got some fab photos to share with you.
Excellent. Let me just
Check
put my
these
guitar
out.
down.
Let's see if I can share these. Oh, where they gone? Oh, let's put that up there and this up. Look at these.
Oh, fantastic.
The Goon family are all
Doing
dressed
the
up.
moves there.
Don't they look fantastic?
They've got the moves. I like this. I like this move. Oh, that's a good move.
And check out Isla Boston. Look.
Oh, Isla. Very
Isn't that
nice.
fantastic?
Isla's mum brought in, Isla brought in some of her mum's lovely photos of her visit to India, which were really interesting. So I know that she's got some experience of that from her mum. Obviously had a great time when she was in India.
Fantastic. And
have you been to India, Mr. Spracklen?
Hi.
Ah, here's Trevor and Imogen.
How are you all doing, guys? Okay?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, we're fine.
We're
Good.
back and we're live. Right, let's put this up.
We're just getting ready.
I think Mr. Farrington's still on the phone, so we'll leave Mr. Farrington. Are you okay, Mr. Farrington?
I've just been speaking to my dear wife.
Is she tuning in?
She's not tuning in. No, she doesn't have the technology.
It's okay. It's all going on demand, so she can catch up when the time's right.
I think to answer that, to give a response to all the answers coming in about the number of languages.
Oh yes.
I can see that lots of children are very adept at doing searches on the internet, because the official answer is what a lot of people said, which is 22. But that doesn't necessarily include all of the minor languages, and it's difficult sometimes to distinguish between languages and dialect. I certainly used to have a list, and I can't find it, saying that there were 29 languages, but 22 is a pretty good answer.
Good answer. Well done for all those people that managed to Google that. I've got a couple of people who got the right answer here. The Wilson family, the Park family.
Yeah, that's obviously, they've obviously gone on like Wikipedia.
Mr. McBean, while you've got your guitar there,
yeah,
it's Erin's birthday today. Should we sing happy birthday to Erin?
Oh, I ought to try and play it on my tenor horn, Mr. Spracklen. I wonder if I could.
I think you could try.
Yeah. Yeah, let me give it a go. I'm really not very good at playing the tenor horn anymore. But well, I never was very good at playing the tenor horn. But let's give it a go. Happy birthday on the tenor horn. This has really put me on the spot. This. Get my lips ready. This could go horribly wrong.
This is for Erin. It's whose birthday it is today. Wonderful, wonderful.
That was terrible. I'm sorry, Erin. Have a great birthday. It's Erin's birthday, did you say?
It's
Have
Erin's
a great birthday. Yeah, sorry I couldn't play that a bit better than that.
Gracie Heath in year 2 saying hello to everyone.
Hey, Gracie.
Right, I'll hand it over to the Mistry-Dyers.
Hi. All right. So today the first dish we're going to do is chicken curry. Okay, I hope that some of you like it back there. So I prepped most of the stuff yesterday, so I'm just going to show you how to do it. What I have done already, because I'm going to make saffron rice, is this morning, I always use Tilda basmati rice, because it's one of the best. and I soaked it this morning, the rice, in hot water, because it removes a lot of the starch and it speeds up the cooking process. And I'll show you how to make saffron rice in a bit, but we'll get cracking with the chicken curry. Okay, so here I have my pan, which I'm going to pour some sunflower oil into. We generally cook with sunflower oil rather than vegetable oil.
Yeah, I usually do.
So
Olive oil.
a good few tablespoons of oil. My mum always told me that just let it hit the sides. When the oil hits the sides of the pan, you know you've got enough. When it starts to touch the side of the pan. Okay. Normally, I'm going to show you a few things. This is my spice tin. Okay. And I've had this for years, since when I went away to study. My mum bought my own spice tins. And in there, all the spices I'll generally use. Thank you. For Indian cookery. These are the main ones, really. You don't need many more. So in here, we've got salt, turmeric, red chili powder, coriander, cumin, and garam masala. And in this one are things to flavour your rice or your oils before you cook. We've got cloves. I think that's ajma. That's cinnamon. That's mustard seeds, rye. That's fenugreek seeds. Usually you put that with fish, cardamom pods, and black peppercorns. Okay? You've all gone very quiet. You've all gone very quiet. Okay. Now,
we wish we could smell them.
Pardon?
We wish we could smell them. We need smell-o-vision.
You wish not.
You know, I like Imogen.
No, she finds it quite strong.
Oh.
Lovely. Now, I don't know if you know this, but this is the food I'm cooking today is going to go off to the Prince of Wales School. So for that reason, I would normally in the oil put cloves, black peppercorns, cardamom pods, and cinnamon sticks in the oil, but I'm not going to, because if children bite into those while they're eating their curry, it's not very nice for them. So I'm going to omit those, but usually you put a few cloves into the pan, a few peppercorns, cinnamon sticks, and a couple of cardamom pods into the oil and let the oil heat. But I'm going to not put that in. It just adds flavour. So,
Nice.
I'm in the wrong one. Right, so I'm going to start heating up the oil. Okay, so Imogen, could you get the chicken out of the fridge, please?
Yep. You want all of them?
I think so, or two of them. Two, right. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to add the chicken. If anybody's cooking at home, hopefully they'll crack some diced chicken. Thomas. Now, lots of Indian people cook differently and do this process in different stages. Some will fry the onions or put the masala in and give everything a flavour. I was always taught to put everything in one go. When I was a student, I lived with other Indian students who could cook completely a different way from me. And thought it was unusual that I wasn't cooking the tomatoes with the spices first, but this is the way I was traditionally taught. So,
is that by your mum, Prabha?
Pardon?
Is that by your mum? You say you were taught?
Although my dad claims that he taught my mum to cook when she came over and married him, because she was a farmer's girl and never really spent time in the kitchen. So my dad always claims that he taught my mum to cook, but I've never... Besides a spicy eggy bread on a Sunday and kebabs when it's barbecue time, shish kebabs. I've never really seen him cooking, so I don't know.
So your mum taught you?
Hey?
Your
My
mum
mum
taught you?
Yes. My mum taught all of us before we went away. Although when I was little, I always helped in the kitchen. When we were making samosas or things, I'd always be chopping and dicing and filling the samosas or shredding stuff for her. I really enjoyed. There was a family that were very close to us, and we also used to sit down. We used to get together on the weekends, and we used to sit down and make communal food. And we used to have like samosas and spring rolls and onion bhajis and a big dish of meat and biryani. And we used to cook together and we used to prepare together. And I remember sometimes they'd go out and buy a goat and be chopping it up in the back garden and sharing it out. My dad and my mum would be, my dad and my uncle would be chopping it up in the back garden, which was covered. Had some plastic corrugated sheeting over it. And they spent hours in there, and then it would be prepared by my mum and my auntie, and then we would have lots of treats and snacks, and that would be a real like all day evening thing. And then we'd have nice drinks and things, and my dad and my uncle would be drinking beer and whiskey most of the time in the evening. And we watch a Bollywood movie. Yeah. So anyway, chicken. Peeled plum tomatoes is what you want to use, really, for most of the curries if you want to make them wet, okay? So in here, I've whisked them. I usually chop them finely, but I was trying to prep stuff quickly. So I'm going to add, it's usually a tin. If you're not making as much chicken, a tin of peeled plum tomatoes chopped will be fine. So now I'm going to add, because there's 2 lots of chicken there, about 1.5 tins. It's not rocket science. It's just what you feel, how much sauce, how tomatoey you want it to be. You can also add onions to this, but I find it's very simple without the onions. But you can add finely chopped onions to this as well, and any other vegetables you like. Now, let's move on.
Preba, I just want to share that there are people joining us and cooking along with you. So I've just had a photo through. So I'm going to share that photo with somebody. Look, here's the Buck family. The Buck are at home. Look, and they've got all their ingredients, and they're watching the live stream.
Brilliant.
Is that Chloe? Is that Chloe Buck?
That's Becky Buck and Jacob as well. Look.
Becky Buck. They live behind us.
Oh, look, they're watching the live stream.
No, they can't join us actually, but yeah. Well, that's nice to see. I know Becky is a big fan of my onion bhajis, so I'm really pleased the children and her are learning how to cook a curry. Right, so then I'm just going to add potatoes. Okay, you can, usually I use King Edwards or Reds, okay, because they tend to be able to take the heat and not turn into mush. I think these are Maris Pipers because at the minute that's all I could get. So they're going to probably become a little bit mushy. So I might add those in a bit. So hold on with the potatoes, right? So what you want to do is you want to do them sort of half a roast potato size. Can you see that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, in this curry. So I'm just going to chop a few potatoes, but we're going to put those aside for later. You've all gone quiet. Any questions?
It's always nice seeing people work.
Yeah. Just doing nothing.
It's a shame I can't send you some food through the
And watching.
Yes. Okay. I'll do some more in a minute, but let's get the curry on. So we've got that. Now here I've minced some fresh ginger, which you get at the supermarkets here, and some fresh garlic, and I've minced it very finely. Okay. So with the chicken, you don't need to be shy. The thing about the ginger and the garlic, when it comes to meat, it actually helps to break down the muscle tissue. So it quickens the besides flavour, it quickens the cooking process and makes the meat nice and tender, especially when you've got lamb and things like that, a tough meat. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to add a couple of teaspoons of fresh ginger and a couple of teaspoons of fresh garlic. And if you add more, it'll just add more flavour. It doesn't really matter if you go for 3 teaspoons. But I want to keep some aside for the potato curry. A bit of ginger. And here you can get these. It's green finger chilies. They're not the spiciest. They've got, I'd say, a good kick. But tailor this to your taste buds. So if you don't want something too spicy, just add 1/4 teaspoon. If you like it spicy, then 1 will do. But if you really want to go and burn the roof of your mouth off, a couple of teaspoons to 3. That should make a really hot curry. I'm not really into hot curries. I like the flavour to come through of the curry. So I'm just going to add a couple of teaspoons, really, about 1.5. And actually, I'm giving this to the school, so I'm probably just going to add 1. Okay. Right, so we'll move on. I'm going to leave the potatoes for a bit. I'm going to get the chicken on first and then add the potatoes because I don't want them to turn to mush. Okay. What we have now here, Mr. Farrington, do you know what this is? Are you there?
Yeah.
Do you recognise it? You.
It's in. What the little the spoon you mean?
Do you know SMA? Do you know what SMA is?
Right.
These are perfect for measuring spices. But my mum used to always take the SMA milk powder sort of spoons and keep them. So they're perfect.
I didn't recognise them because both my boys and all my grandchildren have been fully breastfed, so we never went through the
powdered milk.
The powdered milk.
All right. Anyway, I'll carry on.
Random bit of information.
Okay. So, you had a question for Mr. McBean, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
Oh, we'll do that later. That's all right. Yeah. Okay. So, 1. Can you see? Can you see? I don't know if you can see. 2 teaspoons of salt. 1 turmeric. You want to go for 1 chili or less, but I'm going to add half. Now, the cumin and coriander is not spicy, it's for flavour. So, coriander, I'm going to add 3. And cumin, it's a stronger flavour, so about 2.5. And garam masala, 1/4 teaspoon, depending on the strength of the garam masala, if not 1/2. Okay, if it's shop bought. Okay. I'm just going to take
We've got a couple of questions here.
Yeah.
We've got Florence asking, how important is food in Indian culture?
Well, everything revolves around food, really. Extremely important. Very good question, Florence. Every time there's a festival, and basically there's usually a festival every single day of the year in India, celebrating one god or another. There's Diwali, there's Holi, and those are just to mention a few. Food is the most important. It brings the community together. It brings the family together. You all sit down and eat together, and it's part of life. Basically, everything revolves around the food. The processes involved, because lots of families have fields and farms. They all bring their produce and cook it together.
Yes, that's true. And also in hospitality, you'll never go to an Indian person's house without being offered food.
Ah, yes, Thomas knows that. Yes, if you go to somebody's house, the first thing you will be given is food. I think, Mr. Farrington, you came to our house once, I remember, and we'd laid out sweets and with your lovely wife.
And we went home stuffed to the brim.
Yes, you were coming down for a cup of tea and a biscuit, wasn't it, or something?
Something
a cup of
like
tea
that.
and a biscuit. But yes, you just love to invite people round and by hospitality is give them lots and lots of food. Yeah,
And the
yeah.
bakers
So
app,
whenever we go.
how long have you been cooking for, Prabha?
I have a book, and I can tell you the date. I think the first task in it that I wrote was how to use the washing machine. Okay, so I think I must have been probably 7 or 8, but I was always helping my mum around the house, and then probably it might have been curried scrambled egg, or fried eggy bread, or even something very simple. Oh, baked beans, curried baked beans was one of the things I love the most. So Mum taught me how to make it. So when I used to come home from probably primary school, juniors, I used to come home and make myself curried baked beans. So quite a while, really. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to get this on now. You will hopefully hear a bit of a sizzle. Okay. I think I remember everything. One thing you can do which adds lots of flavour, which some of you might not have home, it was an afterthought after I'd sent out the ingredients, is fresh coriander in the meal. And I love coriander. I love the smell of it. It's one of my favourite herbs. In the meal, or sprinkle on top afterwards when you're going to serve. So if you still have time after we've done this, you can get yourself and chop some coriander up and put it on the meal. It just changes the flavour completely of the curry. Right. I'm going to do what? Thomas is here. So in it goes. I want to get all those herbs and spices off the bowl. And I think because we came from a working class family, we try and squeeze every last bit of everything out of everything. Dad was not one of a waster. So you'd have to scrape the bowl clean. So that's what I was just doing. Now I'm going to turn the heat up. You want a medium to fast heat, not full, because we want all those spices. So you want to stir it for a good 5 minutes so all those spices get mixed up. Imogen, would you like a chair? Are you okay? Okay. So the curry, the chicken, should take about 30 minutes to cook. Maybe less depending on your heat. And I'm out of stuff to stir. So in about 10 minutes, I'm going to add the potatoes. So about 10 to, can you remind me, everybody at home, that we've got to put in the potatoes, which I'm going to get on with now. Okay, Imogen, can you grab me that glass bowl dish down there?
But we've got a question.
Yep.
We've got a question from Jasper, who's asking, what's your favourite curry?
Ooh. It used to be chickpeas, but it used to be curried chickpeas. But the one I used to have at weddings, when you go to the Indian temple and it's a wedding, the curries are completely different from what you'll cook at home because they're produced en masse for hundreds of thousands of people. Well, 1,000 or so. Back in the day, there were so many Indian relatives and local communities, and they were all over England, so Leicester, London, Birmingham, Midlands, Manchester. So everybody used to be invited, and so you'd have to cater for a few hundred people or up to 1,000 people. I remember when my sister got married, it was up to 1,000 people. So the food, the catering that's done with the local community, the bride's family, is completely different from what you'd have at home. And I used to love chickpea curry. It was basically just chickpeas. And in the temple, you're not allowed to use garlic or anything with onions.
Why?
I think it's too pungent, so the gods don't like it, basically. Okay. So you avoid strong, anything from the onion family, basically. You're not allowed to use in the temple.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And wedding food is always vegetarian.
Wedding food is always vegetarian, unless you're Sikh. I went to a Sikh wedding. I love Sikh weddings. We got samosas, we got shish kebabs, we got meat samosas. I'm a vegetarian now, but back in the day I wasn't.
Okay, but we've got another question from Lucia, who wants to know what curry she can have because she doesn't like too much spicy. So what would you recommend?
She doesn't like spicy. Well, she needs to. Yes, sorry.
Doesn't like spicy, she says. Spicy spice.
So she needs to reduce the amount of spices she's putting in. And sometimes you can add later on, once the meal is cooked, yogurt or creme fraiche. And that will really reduce the amount of heat that comes through in the same curry. Once it's cooked, you want to put a swirl of cream or creme fraiche. That will reduce.
We hear about different curries, though, don't we? In terms of like you have korma and tikka masala and biryani and
see, that's from a particular region of India, right? You find those Punjabi. Generally, what you get in the restaurants is Punjabi cooking. Is that correct, Mr. Farrington? Help me with this.
I was going to ask about Punjabi cooking. I would say a good number of Indian restaurants are Punjabi, but also Bengali. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
In what is now Bangladesh.
Yes.
Certainly, my local Indian is absolutely wonderful. That they specialise in Bangladeshi cooking.
So yes, that's right. So in answer to that, most of the restaurants that are run in this country are generally Bangladeshi or Punjabi chefs.
But if you asked your mum the difference between a korma or something else, she wouldn't have a clue what they are.
No, my parents wouldn't, because we don't have those dishes. We don't have vindaloos. We don't have kormas. And
certain dishes were actually, created specifically for the British soldiers and administrators back in the day, weren't they?
Yes, that's correct.
And also a lot of the things. What's the dish that originated in Birmingham in the metal bowl?
Karai?
No, that's Balti.
No. Balti.
Karai.
That's actually quite a new recipe, isn't it?
So you'll have to top away. Now, I'm going to add some liquid to this. About a mug full of liquid, just to take it over the top of the chicken, okay? Because it's been cooking for about 5 minutes now. Has it been 5 minutes? No. But we can add like a mug of water. Thomas, can you do some more stuff?
Yep.
Well, korma, if you go to a restaurant, korma is the one you want to go for. It's a lot milder. So I've added some water because we want a sauce. A sauce is nice. If you can have it drier, but I do a different process for a dry chicken, like a tandoori chicken rather than a curry chicken. But the sauce you want with the naan bread, papadum, and the rice, really. Okay. So right, the potatoes are ready. I'm going to give that another 5 minutes. I'm going to start with potato curry now. Too much. Right, I'm going to start here. Now, these two dishes that I'm doing are really basic dishes, but they work really well. So that's for the chicken. With the potato curry, you want to dice. So you've got your potato, and it's smaller than your roast potato size. It's about half the size of that. Okay, can you see that?
And Imogen, when you're at your grandmother's in Bolton, when you're served food, what does she always serve with it? What do you eat your food with?
Chapatis.
What is a chapati?
It's
Oh, thanks.
a type of bread base, and it's really thin, and it's circle shape.
And you're always given chapatis with your meal, as well as poppadom. Papa, she says.
Papa. We say papa. Poppadom we call papa. It's like saying paper, but there's a sort of lilt to it.
And Imogen, do you eat at a table?
No,
How do you eat then?
we eat on the floor.
On a special rug
Yeah.
that you put out. And what cutlery do you use when you eat Indian food?
When you're eating Indian food, you use your hands.
That's right, your right hand with your fingers to pick it up. So you don't use a knife and fork?
No.
No. You use a piece of chapati in your right hand and you pick up what you need from the plate and eat it. And is it delicious?
Mhm.
Good.
Good.
It's smelling good.
Alas.
Ask Mr. McBean.
Mr. Spracklen, there's a weakness in the technology here.
Yes.
We can't smell anything.
You see,
Apparently Jacob can though. You live near enough. Jacob says the spices smell great.
Well, it's not.
We can put
traveling 25 miles.
We can put it on the lesson observation feedback form.
Maybe I'm joining in and doing it alongside you, and then I would be getting the smells as well.
Yeah, that's what we should be doing, Mr. Farrington.
well, yeah, I know.
So, Mr. McBean, what is your favourite Indian dish?
Well, I'm not a great connoisseur of Indian food, but I know this is going to sound a little bit kind of sycophantic possibly, but the best Indian food I've ever had is Prebba's. Because I guess it's more authentic Indian food. So when we have India days at school, and I might say I've experienced India days that Prebba's had with other classes because the entire school has smelt of curry, and it just makes me hungry straight away as soon as I walk in. So and even if it's not been my class that Prebba's been working with, she's always kept a little bit at the end of the day for me to sample. So yeah. There you go. Diplomatic answer. My favourite Indian food is Prebba's.
Oh, thank you. You know, but this is our last India Day because this is my last child going through the prison.
Oh, but come on. We need to thank you.
I know we've had words about that.
We have.
Come back.
Exactly right, Imogen.
What do you think, children? Should I come back?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
That was children, I said, Mr. McBean.
We need to get this on camera. We need to, a verbal contract.
Oh, no, no. Right. I think that should do for the spuds. Yeah. Okay, lovely. So, Thomas, yeah. Could you wash those, please? Right. I've stirred the chicken once already. So we're going to add the potatoes. Like I said, these are Maris Pipers and they'll go quite mushy if I add them too early. So we're quite happy with the heat. The chicken's cooking. About half an hour on it.
And I wonder if any of the perhaps older parents remember watching a lady called Fanny Craddock in their childhood. A very scary lady.
Nancy
I
Lamb.
do.
Yeah,
What's
that
her
must be
husband called?
pretty ancient.
Oh yeah, it must be.
Everybody, I remember Fanny Craddock. And Nancy Lamb. Do you remember Nancy Lamb, Mr. Farrington?
Who?
Nancy Lamb.
No.
Ancient lady with glasses used to tell off for her husband all the time.
No.
No.
No,
Don't know
I
that one.
remember her.
Okay, so back to we're putting the potatoes in. Be careful if you can't put them in with your hand. I've got slightly asbestosy fingers through all the cooking I've done over the years. So if you can't do it by hand, use the spoon to put the potatoes in. Okay. So we're going to put the potatoes in, give it a good stir. I hope it's going well at home. Thomas, could you wash this? please, my love. Please go. And I'm going to give it a good stir. It's all right. It's all right, Imogen. Leave him.
So, Prabha, can I just ask?
Yeah.
You're making a chicken curry and a potato curry, 2 separate curries.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were gonna add something to the chicken curry at 10 to 11, which is now. Is that what you've just done?
Yes, you've added the potatoes.
Yeah, I've just added the potatoes. Sorry.
So the chicken curry has got potatoes in it.
Yes.
And there's also another curry, which is a potato curry that you're making. Is that correct?
Yeah, just a separate one for the vegetarians. As you know, I'm vegetarian, so something for.
Sounds good. So just checking that you're having potatoes in both.
Yeah, but generally with our meat dishes, we generally put potatoes in because we were working class. My parents worked in the cotton mills. My dad used to fix the cotton mill machines, and my mum used to work on the looms. Okay. We didn't have a lot of money, so potatoes would make the meal go further.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. But this recipe that I'm going to show you with the potatoes, you could add tins of chickpeas or other pulses. One of my favourite curries is spinach and potato and peas and onion curry, and it's quite a dry thing. You don't put tomatoes in there. My mum takes the fenugreek seeds, we call them mitty, and she plants them, and then she grows it in a garden. Doesn't grow very big, the spinach, so it's really strong spinachy flavour. And then she'll chop it up, and then she'll freeze it for me, and I'll bring it home in a freezer bag.
Lovely.
Right, I'm going to add a bit more water so that the potatoes are covered. So you just want to add a little bit more water, another mug full, just to cover the food in the pan. Okay? That's good. Right, let's get on with the next one. Just give that a little whiz. Right, okay. Okay, so I'm just going to chop some more potatoes. Yeah? Do ask questions, because at the minute I'm just chopping.
Okay, here's a question for you. What's your favourite of the Indian festivals that you might have celebrated or enjoyed when you were younger, or maybe now still?
I like Diwali, of course, because it's lovely to see anybody. And when we used to go around to people's houses, we used to be given money. So by the end of it, we used to go to people's houses. You were given fizzy pop, lots of Coke, lots of lemonade, and then people would make all wonderful sort of snacks, Indian snacks. And then when you leave, you get the elders' blessing of the house, and they would give the young people money. So by the time we'd visited 8 or 10 houses and everybody gave you £5 each, back in the day, £50.
Yeah.
Money for a young person. But on the other hand, when they then came to your house, it's a lot of give and take. So when they came to, and it's the same with weddings, when they came to your house on Diwali Day, you would feed them, give them drinks, your guests, your family members, and your mum would then give their children, once they touched their feet and asked for their blessings, their money back in a way. Yeah. So then generally you had to empty your pockets out at the end of the day, give it all back to mum and dad, and they might let you keep a £5. But I like that. Holi was one of my favourites. Holi, they used to be in the temple. I think they've stopped it now because of health and safety regulations. They used to go to the local temple in Bolton. They used to be a big fire. It was like bonfire. Don't really see many bonfires these days, so I guess it's a similar type of thing. We used to have a huge bonfire. You used to be terrified because you think you were going to get burnt. Used to be given coconuts. You used to put the coconut in the fire, and that used to cook in a way, and then lots of men with big sticks used to try and drag the hot coconuts out of this bonfire and then smash it open, and then you'd be given a bit of blessed coconut from the fire, and then you get your washing up bottles, a bit like Blue Peter, and you'd fill them up with coloured water and spray all your friends all evening. Oh, it was so much fun. You come back drenched in coloured paint, and that was one of my favourites.
Very colourful.
Yeah, it was very colourful. Yeah. But can you imagine seeing your friends and doing spray paint, basically paintballing each other?
I think that should be. I think we should do that.
Greta,
Yeah.
have your parents ever been to one of those amazing, the most amazing festival I learnt about was, I think I'm right, the Kumela, which happens every 10 years at the confluence of two rivers?
No, I wouldn't know. I'd have to ask.
It's supposed to be the biggest gathering of human beings ever
On the planet, yeah, I've heard of that.
It's something like 30 million people gather at this one place.
Camilla.
On the Ganges.
In
I
the River
don't know
Ganges.
if they'll have done that, but where we have been when we were little, and I went to India, I was probably younger than Imogen. I think it was 5 or 7 or something like that. We have been to the Ganges and bathed in the Ganges. Yeah. There are a lot of people.
Why?
This festival is the confluence of the Ganges and another river.
Whether they've been able to go, it depends on the time of year. We usually went to India, Kumela, right, it depends on the time of year. We usually went to India during their winter months, okay? So Diwali time, after Diwali, so the November, December, January. So I don't know whether when does Kumela happen? Do you know which months?
Yeah.
The stars.
If you asked me to pick a month, I'd have said January, but I don't know why I'm saying that.
No, I don't think they have. I'm going to stir the chicken. It's looking good.
Deborah, I've got another question for you.
Yeah.
The children in year 2 are finding out about life in a village called Chembakoli, which is actually very much in the south of India. But you're from more of the north. So what's the climate like where your family originated from? Do you have monsoons? Is it really, really hot? What's it like there?
It varies from season to season. So we have monsoons. We have hot summers, 40 degrees. It can get hotter. Monsoons, it's constant rain and wind, really. It's not nice to be in India during the monsoon season. I think the novelty wears off because you can't actually go out of the house because it's pouring down with rain. And that's when mosquitoes, etc., love it. They're having a field day, and malaria and all those other illnesses come along. So generally try and avoid the monsoon season. When we go during November, December, January, it's colder, but it's still very hot. And then their summer, I guess, is...
Imogen, we went in the Indian winter. Was it hot or cold?
It was balmy.
It was still very hot for us.
Right.
I'll just chip in there, Mr. McBean.
Yeah.
The first time I ever went to India was in 1977. And I went to a part of India called Kashmir, specifically part of Kashmir called Ladakh. And Ladakh is way up in the Himalayas. And from about May right the way through the winter, the roads into Ladakh are completely blocked by snow. And really through the winter, it's below freezing all the time. The only way you can get in is by flying in, and the people there have to sort of modify their lives between living in extreme cold, and then when I went, it was in the summer months, in June, July, August, and it was lovely and warm. But in the north of India, it can be very, very cold. If you look at the map, this part of India I'm talking about is bordered by Pakistan to the west and China to the east.
Yeah. So it's very different. Because it's a very big country, of course, isn't it, India? Really, really huge.
We've got a special somebody who's taken part in lots of India days over the years saying hello. Mrs. Webb is saying hello. Hello, Mrs. Webb. Looking great.
Hi, Mrs. Webb.
Claim it's not smelly vision.
Oh, I know. We had lots of fun, didn't we, Mrs. Webb, when we used to do India Day together with your amazing curries. You used to make the curries. I was only allowed to make onion bhajis. We used to do. I used to come in and help. We used to have patterned rice.
I'm not sure. I think Mrs. Webb should be painting a hand if she hasn't already.
No, you haven't missed the start of the potato curry. Right, so I'm going to get on with the potato curry. Okay, so I put the oil on. Just let it hit the sides of the pan. Now, if you can't get rye, this is what you want to add in, and you listen to the pops. So you will add the mustard seeds. We call them rye. You want half a teaspoon of rye, add it in, and then once they've all popped, you can hear them all popping and then stop popping. You know they've burst their flavours. So you want to stay back. So stand back when they pop, because they can actually pop quite high, and you don't want to hit you in the eye. If you haven't got mustard seeds, you can use whole cumin seeds, which I'm going to add in anyway because it adds flavour. But that's a really good alternative. So you want in your hand, depending on how many potatoes you've got, a couple of teaspoons or 1 teaspoon if you're not making too much curry. So I'm going to add that in with the rye, but that will suffice if you can't find rye. Oh yeah, mustard seeds. That's it. Yeah. So I'm done there. Right. So again, similar procedure. I've got 1 tin of chopped and peeled plum tomatoes. I'm going to add a little bit more in because I'm making a larger quantity. Now, in vegetable curries, because you're not trying to break down the muscle tissue of the meat, you don't really need to put so much garlic and ginger in, but it's personal preference, really. It depends how much you like it. So I'm going to add about 1.5 garlic, 1.5 ginger, yep. And again, a teaspoon or 1.5 teaspoons of green chili. If you don't like it very hot, just 1/4 or even less, really. You know, you'll still get lots of flavour from the other spices coming through. Just check this. I can't hear anything popping yet. I'm just going to stir the chicken. I'm aware I've got the chicken on the go still. Does it smell good? Right, so we're going to start with salt, okay? I always do it in some very orderly way so that I don't forget what I've used, because it's in a circle. If I go the same way, I always know that I've got everyone in and I've not doubled on the salt or anything. So here goes with the salt. So about 1.5 of salt. 1 of turmeric. I'm going to lessen this to about 1/2 teaspoon of chili powder because it's going to school. But you'd want to put 3/4 in. Again, it's up to your personal taste. 2 coriander, 1.5 cumin, and a 1/4 teaspoon of garam masala, and that's it really. Again, I've got a bit of coriander, fresh coriander here. I'm going to add a bit, and then I'm going to leave the rest for the garnish. I don't think I've forgotten anything, have I, Imogen? No. Right, now we can hear the popping. You can hear the popping of...
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah. And the chicken. The popping of the mustard seeds, and the cumin is turning brown. Okay, okay.
So
Now I'm going to while that. Yes.
Julia put up a comment and she says, "We're loving this. Daddy is still defrosting the chicken though. Can we have access to this recording later on this afternoon?" Yes, you can. You'll be able to watch it back through our breakfast. You'll be able to go on demand, and you'll be able to watch it back this afternoon. Okay, so when this broadcast ends, I will put a link up for you guys. So don't worry that the chicken's still defrosting.
Sorry, wasn't Damien who asked for the list of ingredients in the first place?
It was Damien that asked for the list of ingredients in the first place.
Is Julia at school now? Or is she at home?
I think
Are the 9 at home?
I think they are at home.
Okay, okay.
Becky says, haha, the mustard seeds are leaping out of the pan. Trevor.
We can hear them.
Are they popping?
I think that's at Becky's house she's talking about. The mustard seeds are leaping out the pan.
Yes, they should be. So stand back till they finish leaping. Right, so at the meantime, I'm washing the rice while I'm just waiting for the mustard seeds to stop popping. Becky, if yours have stopped popping, you can pour the potato in. Yeah, mine is still popping.
What sort of rice have you got there, Trevor?
Tilda basmati, of course.
What is that? What is basmati?
I don't know.
Is that rice?
It's a kind of rice. Well, it's just asked what rice is that?
Children need to know.
There are lots of different types of rice.
I think that's what we always have.
Different foods in different countries. So you've got paella rice, you've got risotto, we've got Tilda basmati. It doesn't have to be basmati. Any rice will do. But traditionally, Indians cook with Tilda basmati, long grey rice. Okay?
Becky says, thanks, Trevor.
That's all right. That's all right. Right. So, Mr. Farrington, do you cook a lot of curries at home?
Well, I don't, because unfortunately, although I've been happily married for 37 years, I think my wife is allergic to things like ghee. And
I remember, yeah.
So I'm afraid when she's away or when I'm away, I cook Indian food. Or I go to my favourite local restaurant. And recently, my sons paid for a lovely day with a lovely mother and daughter pair who prayed under the name of Pure Punjabi, and I had a whole day of Indian cooking.
Wow.
Right, the potatoes have gone in. So
my favourite is tarka dal.
Tarka dal?
Tarka dal eaten with chapatis, like Imogen was saying.
I don't really make chapatis. I can.
You don't?
Chapatis for 7 people. Chapatis just disappear. It's like a packet of crisps. Each chapati is like a crisp. Can you imagine how many chapatis I'd have to make? You know, they love them, and somebody will eat about 5 in one go, or 7 in one go. So that's 7 times 7. I'm not going. My life's too short to make 49 or however many chapatis. Although my mum does. it's lovely to go home and have freshly cooked chapatis. It's like, woohoo, happy days. And she also makes them for me and sends me home with freshly cooked chapatis and curry. So when we get back to Dorchester, after travelling, if we're lucky, 4.5 hours or 7.5 hours, I've got freshly cooked chapatis, which I then have to share with my children, unfortunately. Yes. Right. Now, I'm going to, the potatoes stir for about 5 minutes, get all those spices in. I'm going to put that over there because I have a separate spoon for my chicken and my potatoes. Now I'm going to check the chicken, see if it's cooked, and the potatoes, okay? This pan retains heat, so I don't want to cook it all the way through, not the chicken, but the potatoes, otherwise they will turn into mush. I'm going to put my knife in to a potato. I'm going to take a spoon, put my knife into a potato and just see if it goes in gently. And if it does, I know it's ready. I know the chicken's ready anyway. But you can, if you've got asbestos fingers, you can take a piece of chicken. I don't advise everybody to do this, but you can pinch it, yeah? Pinch the hot boiling chicken, right? And have a look. Have a look to see if it's cooked. But I know it's cooked. Right, so you can turn the chicken off. Okay? I'll take it.
I've just seen a message from Mrs. Howell, and she's reminded me about when she made the patties with the reception children a few years ago. And Mr. McBean, somewhere upstairs in the India resources, there's a proper chapati making pan.
Ah, yes. I didn't know what it was. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
She's saying now it was Mr. Farrington who gave me that job, but she did it extremely well.
I'm sure she did. Yeah, Mrs. Howell's pretty decent.
It was a bit of a sort of here's a recipe and a set of instructions, Mrs. Howell. Get on and do it.
Right. So the potatoes should take about 20 minutes. So I want to switch them off for about 1/2 okay? We're stirring every 5 minutes. It shouldn't take long, okay? But just poke it with a knife and see how it goes. Right. At the minute, I'm washing the rice, taking the starch off. You don't want to rub it too hard because the rice will fall apart. Okay. So I've done this 2 or 3 times now. I'm going to pour off the excess water. Pour off the water that's all starchy, and I'm going to fill it with cold. It's a measurement thing, really. Stick my finger in. If you look at the lines of your finger, your first finger, what's that?
Index.
Index finger. If you stick your finger in and get the water level up to the second line of your index finger, once you stick it in, then that's about as much water as you should need. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. Yes.
I love the precision. What are you eating, Imogen?
A cookie.
A cookie?
Yeah, there's no Indian biscuits in the house. Right, so I've got my pan of rice. Now,
What are you at?
I'll tell you in a minute. Just going to stir my potatoes. In a few minutes, I'm going to add some water because I want it, again, I'm going to have it with rice. But with this potato dish, you can add any vegetables, really. You can have peppers, spinach, feta, whatever you like. Peas, paneer. Paneer is a really nice one. Love paneer. Okay, so I'll put the rice on. I'm going to start off with a fast heat, but I'm going to reduce that. So rice should take about 20 minutes. So I'm going to put it on timer because then at 20 to 25 minutes, no more. Now, I put a big wedge of butter in that, but I'm not going to because I don't know if somebody might have lactose intolerant at the school. Is that it? Yeah. So, and I would also again add in my rice for flavour is cloves, cardamom, and cinnamon in this one. You want 3 or 4 cloves. No black pepper this time. Cardamom, 1, and a few sticks of fresh cinnamon, dried cinnamon, bars of cinnamon. But I'm not going to put those in again. I don't want anybody to bite into it and not enjoy the taste of the food. But that's what I put in the rice right now with the big knob of butter. I will put in, if you want it coloured, right, which might do anyway, right? Not too much salt in rice. Half a teaspoon. And if you're using, we use unsalted butter, but if you're using salted butter, allow that in the salt. Don't put too much salt in, or don't put any in really. And I'm going to add a bit of colour. So I take my turmeric, little tiny quarter teaspoon. Hi, Isabel. She shaved her eyebrow, haven't you? Oh, no, I've just seen it. Miss Barrington, my daughter's just shaved her eyebrow.
I haven't.
Did you do it last night? She did it last night.
He was literally there. He was there.
Who was? Dad was.
Dad was.
You shaved it to me, haven't you?
Sorry, my daughter's done a slit in her eyebrow, and I've just seen it. Should we cut the camera now? No, sorry. Oh, teenagers. Right. So I've got that in there. Now, this is question 4, not Mr. Farrington, because Mr. Farrington will know the answer to. We have here, what do we have here?
Imogen, what do we have?
Is that a question? A pot.
Saffron. Now,
Yeah.
what was the question? You have to ask Mr. Farrington, don't shout out.
Mr. McBean.
Hello.
What flower does saffron come from?
Oh, no, I don't know. I'm going to guess the lotus flower.
No,
No.
not the lotus.
Mr. Farrington.
Mr. Farrington, do you know?
Well, yes, I do, but I've momentarily forgotten.
Do any of the children know, do you think?
Dear. Is it marigold?
No.
No.
Mr. Spracklen, are you
I'm
there?
gonna pick-
Want to guess?
I'm going to...
Oh, come on.
I'm here, but I'm not sure.
Ah.
I wonder if any of the children know.
Right.
Saffron. No idea.
Now, what's special about saffron? There is something very special about saffron.
I know
Right.
what that's it. Weight for weight, it's the most expensive thing in the world, even more so than gold.
Wow.
Woo! Yes, it
Crocus.
is. That's right. So I'm going to add a couple of mean strands of saffron in the rice, just to make it nice. Okay?
Wow.
But it is weight for weight, the value of gold. Okay? More than. Okay, so I'll put a few strands of saffron in. That will just give it this a lovely flavour to the rice. I'm just looking for the, I've got it over here. Okay, so I'm going to stir that in. If you give it a good stir. I'm going to whack it up a bit because it's not doing. I'm going to put it on full heat because it's not. I'm already 5 minutes into the cooking
Is it
process of the rice.
Johnson crocus?
Did she? Ah, good try.
It is.
Right, now I'm going to go back over to my potato.
It is.
It is crocus.
It is crocus.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
no, I thought you said lotus.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm trying to concentrate on the things. It is crocus, well done.
There's lots of people who've got that answer now, Preba.
Okay.
They're all coming in. I think they might have been on the internet. Do you think they have?
No, they wouldn't.
And maybe they knew it. I certainly didn't.
Again, I'm adding water to the level of the potatoes. Want a mug or two, really, and the potatoes. I think we're doing all right, aren't we? We're doing all right. Okay, and I'll give that a stir. Now, I am aware, Mr Spracklen, Mr Farrington, that you have an assembly and it's 20 past, so I don't know what you'd like to do now.
Carry on until you're ready to hand over, if that's all right.
It depends if people want to watch. It's a 20-minute cooking process, well, 15-minute now for the rice. But in order to get rice...
We'll switch over to Mr Farrington's assembly then.
We could come back to Preba after me.
That's right. We'll come back to Preba about 22 then.
Yeah.
Lovely. We'll see you in a bit. Right, so I'm gonna put Mr Farrington at full screen now. There he is, and I've got some slides here for you, Mr Farrington. Let me just get these up. Oh, let's see if we can make this work. There we go. I'm gonna just put Mr McBean down for a minute or so, and hopefully these slides will load. Let's see if that will work, shall we? I think it's coming. Oh, they've disappeared again. What happened there? Let's try that again, shall we? Oh, I'm having to reload a second. Right, here we go. Are you okay? Can you hear me, Mr Farrington?
I can hear you, yes.
Excellent. Let's see if we can get your slides. What are you going to talk to us about in assembly today, Mr Farrington?
Well, I thought that following on from what Prabha was saying about how people who follow the Hindu religion pray at home, I thought I'd share a very short set of photographs that I took when I visited India in 2008, when the people that we were with took us to a small temple, a mandir. That's the proper name for a Hindu temple. And I thought people might be interested in seeing how, if you were going to worship, to perform a puja, to say some prayers in a temple, what it might look like. So that's what I hope we can see my photographs. Is that possible?
I think they're coming. I'm going to try and do it in a different way. Give me a second. Let's try and do it through here instead. Right. Do it through this laptop.
So to give a little background to this day, we had been visiting schools, I think, in the morning, and we went to this particular mandir, this temple. But before we went in, there was a little, not exactly a street market, but a couple of street side stalls. And continuing on our food link, before we went into the mandir, we had some pakoras, and we drank some lassi, which is a sort of yogurt drink. And I spent most of the time actually in the mandir desperately searching for some water to drink, because the pakora that we chose were very fiery and were full of red chili peppers, which I quite enjoyed, but they do have a tendency to make me cough and splutter. So that was the background to this to this visit. Any joy with the slides?
They are coming. They'll just be 1 minute. So when did you last go to India, Mr Farrington?
The last time I went was in 2012, when I actually led a small group of teachers to the same centre that a few years after Mrs Thomas went to. And I know Mrs Thomas looks back on her experience with very, very fond memories, as do I. But I went twice. I went in 2008 and I went again in 2012. and I brought back lots and lots of artifacts and costumes and cooking implements, which hopefully are still being used at the Prince of Wales School. So can everybody see that picture now? I can see it.
That's perfect.
I can see it on my screen. So this is a little PowerPoint that I put together showing our visit to a mandir. The first thing you notice is that it's highly decorated on the outside. And as you get closer, you will be able to see what those carvings and statues are on the roof. Shall we have a look and see if we can see them a bit closer? Oh, and there's somebody that Prabha has already mentioned that she has in her family shrine, and this is a statue of Ganesh. And you can see, if you look very, very carefully, that it's stained with that the powder that she was talking about, that people have left as an offering to Ganesh, as a deity that is particularly favored to bring wealth and happiness. And whenever you're looking at some special day, then you want Ganesh to be giving auspicious date for that. That's one of the carvings on the top of the mandir, and this is Nandi, and he's a white bull, and he is the vehicle or the special animal of the deity Shiva. Every Hindu deity has a vehicle that they're associated with. Some are big enough to ride on, like Nandi, and others are tiny, like rats and snakes and all sorts of different things. But whenever you see this carving on a mandir, you know that this particular temple is dedicated to the god Shiva. And you'll see that we're going up the steps to the temple, to the mandir, and as a mark of respect, we're taking off our shoes, something that happens in lots and lots of places of worship in all sorts of different religions. But you'll see there, that's quite a good shot of where Nandi the bull is silhouetted against the sky. And here we are going in through a narrow doorway, and it's quite dark inside, but full of different smells and sights and things to listen to as well. And I think that's the thing I remember most about going here. It's a real sort of, it assaults all of your senses. There's things to see, there's things to smell, there's things to touch, there's things to taste, and certainly things to hear as well. So this is the priest, and he's got a special markings on his forehead. I don't know how carefully you can see that, but they are horizontal grey ash smudges across, making a line across his forehead, showing that he's a follower of Shiva. And you'll also notice that he's wearing an orange shawl, and orange is very much the colour of Hinduism. And our guide, who was our leader all the way through my visit to India, was then negotiated with him to say, right, well, we'd like you to perform a prayer session, a puja, and that's what we're going to see now. So Prabha had a little bell, didn't she, that she rang in her family shrine. I don't know how you get an impression of the size of that, but that's probably about, that bell is probably about 20 centimeters in height. That's like a school ruler. So that's one of the great sounds that you can hear in the mandir. And then again, if you look very, very carefully, you'll see the diva lamps, the arti lamps there that are lit, and offerings of flowers and rice and powder, just in the same way as Prabhu was showing in her family shrine. And there are other statues and carvings, and you can see lots of lights in that inner part of the temple. And he's going to bring out now the arti lamps, which is, as it says there, a tray with candles and incense and bowls of water. And again, in the same way as Prabhu was showing about wafting the smells of the incense towards our faces as part of that prayer session. And there's the priest saying thank you for our visit and accepting some rupees for the mandir. And I'm sure lots of children in Mr. McBean's class know that the rupee is the form of currency all the way through India. So I think that's the last slide, Mr. Oh, yes. Is it the last slide, Mr. Spracklen?
Yes, that's the last slide, Mr. Farrington. Thank you so much for sharing that. It was really interesting, wasn't it, Mr. McBean?
And it really was.
Thank
you very much.
Try and send a different file, and it's a pity that it was too big to send. It showed some pictures of one mandir that I visited that is over 1,000 years old. And if anybody is familiar with Christian churches of that age, it would be very interesting to compare the amazing architecture and the design and the carvings that Hindus were creating over 1,000 years ago compared to the very, very simple construction of Christian churches in what we're talking about Saxon times, before the Norman invasion. But it's a pity that I couldn't get that sent through. I tried to use your very clever link, Mr. Spracklen, but with another file. But I don't know whether it's come through. Has it?
No, I've not seen it.
Not about mandirs.
We can say that for another time.
Yeah. So I wonder if anyone has any questions about my my little slideshow, then obviously I'll be very happy to see if I can answer them.
We've got a few people saying hello, Mr. McBean. We've got hello everybody from Tilly and Tabitha who are watching. Hello from the Mills family. The Mills family are watching us. So hello there, guys. Thank you for joining us.
Mr. Farrington, I've got a question. It's not quite about the mandirs as such, but I remember my dad telling me that when
Mr.
he was
McBean's gone quiet.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Am I on? My question.
No, I can't hear M's McBean. He's obviously got something
Can you
very
hear Mr.
important to
Spracklen?
say.
Can you hear me?
But we can't hear him.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll take to Mr. Spracklen the question, and then he can ask you.
Yeah,
So,
that's good.
Mr. Spracklen, when my dad went to India, and he said that he found it fascinating that cows were sacred in India.
Sacred cows.
Yeah, sacred cows. How does that work? Because I remember him telling me about you had to you couldn't drive past a cow when you're going on the road. You had to wait for cows, and so they were a sacred animal. You lip reading.
So, Mr. Farrington, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but not Mr. McBean.
Mr. McBean was asking, why are cows holy in India? Why are they sacred? And what's the significance of the cow?
I don't actually know the answer to that. It's like a lot of questions about religion. I mean, they clearly are treated very specially. A good proportion of Hindus are vegetarian because of their belief. And that doesn't just that's not just talking about meat from cows. It's talking about all sorts of meat. But I don't actually know the answer. I mean, if it was about Buddhism, I would have a better chance of answering that question, because they believe that all life is sacred and special. But I don't know whether that explains why Hindus think that particularly the cow is seen as almost like a sacred animal.
Eva and Jake
Maybe.
say hello to Mr. Farrington, and Eva is very excited to see Mr. Farrington again.
Oh, right. Well, thank you, Eva.
Any more plans to go to India, Mr. Farrington?
I would love to, but I think at the moment I'm very busy with grandchildren and elderly parents-in-law, and I don't think anyone's planning any foreign trips at the moment, are they?
Not at the moment, no. But you would like to go back?
I would.
And is there anything in particular you'd like to see when you go back?
Yes, if I did go back, I would want to go to a part of India called Kerala, which is right down in the southwestern tip of India. And I'm not sure if is Abel Matthews still at school?
Yeah, Abel's with us. Yeah. He's probably watching.
Yeah, well, I know that Abel's mum and dad come from that part of the world, and it's a very beautiful part of it. Well, I think pretty well everywhere in India has got its beautiful places. But for those of you who might be watching the Good Karma Hospital on television, that's set in Kerala.
Right, okay. The Andersons say good morning from Indy. She's on FaceTime with her big brother Liam, and they say hello to Mr. Farrington and Mr. McBean.
So, Mr. Farrington is Liam. I can't remember his surname, but Liam from way back, that is.
No, Mr. McBean is still talking sign language.
Mr. McBean is saying, everyone else can hear Mr. McBean, so don't worry. Mr. McBean is saying that is Liam from way back.
Liam from way back. Oh, yes.
I can't remember his surname.
Liam Banfield.
Banfield, that's the one. Sorry, Liam, couldn't remember.
Yeah, it's Banfield, Mr. McBean says. Not sure why.
My word, that is, yeah.
How's Liam? Hello to Mr. Farrington. Oh, look, and Abel's parents have replied to, yes, Mr. Farrington, you are welcome to Kerala.
Cool.
Mrs. Chawton's watching and says that she watches the Good Karma Hospital and it looks beautiful.
Yeah, I think it's probably very beautifully produced as well.
Fantastic. Let's see how Mrs. Mistry-Dyer is getting on. How are we getting on, Prabha?
We're good. Everything's good. The rice is almost cooked. The potatoes are almost cooked. So yeah.
Fantastic, wonderful.
I have the answer to the cow question.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, yeah, good.
Okay. Lots of animals were used by the gods as chariots, as vehicles. They would ride them. So that's one of the reasons that they respect them. Remember, the cow, the bull, they plough the fields. So that they're very important for the farmers to plough their crops. So that's another reason why the cow is sacred. Krishna is always seen as his chariot was the cow, and he rode the cow. So that's why the cow is so sacred. Back to Buddhism, we're great believers. Hinduism and Buddhism are very close in religion. We all believe in reincarnation, which is another reason we don't really like, the majority of us are vegetarian, is we believe in karma and we believe in reincarnation. So we'll have different, after this life cycle, we'll come back and be reincarnated as an animal. So we're very, yes, so we respect other creatures of the world, because we will come back several times before we have another human life form as different animals. You've all
Thanks, Prabha.
Can you
Okay.
hear me, Mr. Farrington? No. One of the things I was going to ask, I'm going to ask Prabha, cricket in India, big business. Cricket. I'm a bit of a cricket fan myself, as you may be aware. So cricket is a big deal in India, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
They've got a very good national team, of course, and lots of important leagues. You've got some very famous Indian cricketers like Virat Kohli and formerly Sachin Tendulkar and people like that. So is that something that your family used to do, cricket?
Yes, cricket is played in the streets of the village. It's played everywhere, cricket.
Yeah.
Young children in their vests will be running around with a cricket and a bat and ball, playing cricket all the time. So it's a national sport, just like football is here. Cricket's big in the same way in India. Football isn't really big in India at all. Only in certain places. It's not a popular sport. Right. So the rice is cooked in about 25 minutes. Can you see the rice? Can you see the rice?
That looks good.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave it partially covered with the lid and leave it to cook. Okay. And then it should just steam away. And the potatoes are almost done. I'm going to turn the beaker off.
Got a question here from Seth, Jess and Bo's daddy. Who's the better cricket team, India
Seth
or
wants
England?
to know who's the better cricket team, Mr. McBean.
Well, I'm going to say that
I
England
think the answer to
at the
that
moment
is that
because
England tend to beat India when India come to tour in
that's
England.
true.
And when England go to India, India absolutely thrash the England team.
Well, that's kind
Is that
of true.
Mr. McBean?
That is true. But bearing in mind that India have last
No,
visited
he's gone silent
England.
again.
I like it. I actually was lucky enough to go and see England play against India fairly recently, and England won that game. I'm going to say so. So they're both very good teams.
Mr. Farrington, you're the only person that can't hear Mr. McBean for some reason. Everyone else can, so I'm not sure what's gone on there, but we can all hear him.
I actually played cricket in a Dorset league.
India cricket teams.
Yeah, I appreciate. I play in a Dorset league, and one of the teams in our league is the Dorset Indians, and they're a really great bunch of guys. Actually, we have really good games against them. They're in the same division, and they are basically chaps from an Indian origin that play together in a team. They're based in Poole or Bournemouth, that sort of direction. I can't remember exactly where the home ground is, but I played against them twice last season, and they beat us both times actually. So maybe India.
Woo!
Maybe India are better. It was quite fun playing against them. I kind of was, always like pretending that I was in a test match. It was, a bit of fun, bit different. Anyway, it's not something that you play, Prabha. You know.
Oh, we did. In the back streets of Bolton, we had terraced houses, and I guess my parents didn't have childcare, and I think back in the day when I was little, parents would go to work and you would come home from school and be left to fend for yourselves. So me, my brother and sister would come home, and we lived with other Asians in the area and white children as well, locally. And we'd all go and play cricket and sardines in the back streets and the terraced houses and on the local park. So it was quite big. We did... we played cricket in teams, and there's another one where you play individually. There's another
French cricket.
Is it French? No, I don't think it's French cricket. We called it something else. So it was every man for themselves, basically.
British Bulldogs.
Is it British Bulldog? Well, no, it was a form of cricket, but it was just one. If you were out, you were out, basically. But I played cricket when I was little.
Not a game you play though, Thomas.
Not for many years. I do enjoy it. I enjoy listening to it on the radio, first of all.
So the curry's ready. It's done. I'm just going to add a garnish of fresh coriander on top. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. And again with the chicken, I'm just going to add a sprinkling of coriander on top. And those are the curries done. Would you like to see me make the poppadoms now?
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay. Do you want it the very boring way?
No.
Okay. Or do you want it the very dangerous, exciting way?
Yes.
Ooh,
Can
definitely a bit of excitement.
This
Mr.
is
Spracklen hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay.
You can show them what those are, people who don't know.
These are poppadoms. They're from the shop. Okay.
But they do come from India.
They come from India, these ones. You see the Gujarati writing?
oh.
Okay.
Oh,
if you
yeah.
flip it around, you can see the cumin seeds in there.
You can.
Right. Okay, so poppadoms come in a variety of different flavours. You can have garlic poppadom, chili poppadom, black pepper poppadom, cumin poppadom. There are so many varieties out there, and there are different styles of poppadom, I'd say. This is what we call papad. I have another one which is a bit like a prawn cracker when you cook it. You generally fry them, and we call it papri. And usually when we go north to my mum's, you will have both. I'm just going to take the pan off the heat. Thanks. And I'll show you. Traditionally, of course, in India, they cook on something known as a chullo. A chullo. It would be a sort of wood fire stove. So they wouldn't have a grill as we have it. So at home, I'll show you both actually, because I don't think most people at home, if they have got fresh poppadoms, would be able to do what I'm about to do.
Don't we have to say something like, don't try this at home, kids?
Yeah, yeah. Adults can have a go if you're feeling adventurous, but watch your fingers. I remember I think, was it with you, Mr. McBean? We made chapatis once. We did.
We did.
Yeah, we did. And I burnt my dress on the pan.
Oh, I don't remember that, but
No, Mrs. Bernard was with me, I think, and we were cooking them on the hot plate, and the hot plate was so hot, my sleeve got caught on the hot plate and melted. Yeah. I didn't ask for recompense, though. I should have done, really. Okay, so this is how you would see. I hope you can see me, but this is how you would cook. You would see people cooking their poppadoms in India. You can either fry or not fry. This is my overhauled gas cooker, my range. I took it apart and put it back together again when we moved in. Right, so we've got a medium to light fast heat. And you can see how it's beginning to cook. I don't know if you can see that. Can you see how it's changing colour? Yeah? Okay. So what we want is that even cook. Poppadom all over. You can actually buy the poppadoms in... Abel's dad told me this because I had to speak to Abel's dad about where he bought his supplies from, because when we moved to Dorchester, I was struggling. If I wasn't able to get up north to buy things I wanted and ingredients I wanted, so he told me about the shop in Poole, but there's a shop in Dorchester opposite the hairdressers. Is it
Trinity Street?
Trinity Street, opposite the hairdressers. What's it called? Whole Foods? Does anybody know that shop?
no, I don't know.
Oh, Down to Earth? Is it Down to Earth?
Yeah.
Opposite the taxi place. Opposite the taxi stand.
Yeah,
There's a shop. Do you know it, Mr. McBean?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
I went into that shop dressed as a judge for the Thomas Hardy Street Fair last year. They took part in dressed up as ruins.
They sell lentils and things. There's a lady who works there, and she sells lentils and whole foods. Do you remember Mr. Spracklen?
That's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. You can buy these from there. You can buy packets like this from there. Okay, and so you can actually have well, it might be closed now, but you can actually.
When they reopen,
you can have a poppadom. Let me get a proper poppadom. Proper poppadom. So you saw how I did that. Yeah. You can fry them. You can take a shallow frying pan, fill it with oil and fry them. Just check if this is hot enough. I don't think this is hot enough yet, so I'll just do another one because these are going to go to the school. What was the thing?
Clever. Marina Matthew says there's also an Indian shop in Weymouth.
Is that the one opposite the train station?
I don't know.
I have been to one in Weymouth. That's another one that Abel's dad told me about. It's a bit hit and miss, but yeah, you can buy things there. I think I went for the last India Day we were doing, or I needed something, and they didn't have everything I needed, but still, they have some products. They do have basmati rice, Tilda basmati rice. They have chapati flour.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's.
Yes, it is. From Marina, she says yes, it is.
Thank you. Yeah. So you should, and you should be able to get all the things I've cooked with there, mostly. But no, I mean, you can buy things online as well. The range have a good. I'm advertising everybody. The range does do spices as well, and then all your supermarkets these days have all the spices on the shelves generally. You know, but if you go to one of these, if you go to the one in Weymouth, you'll get more of an authentic spice. Right. I'll just do this one and I'll show you the safe way to do it. Okay.
I'm surprised you're not blowing out your gas cooker there with that, Pepper. I don't think mine would. I think I'd extinguish it.
Say that again.
You're surprised that you're not blowing out the gas?
In what way?
Blowing the flame out.
You might say, I speak to my gas engineer and say, why is that happening?
Yeah.
Fix it, please.
As a gas engineer, I wouldn't professionally endorse this method of using gas cookery, but hey ho.
Florence says Down to Earth is great and it sells the best Turkish delight in all the land.
Oh, I wish I'd have known that. Wish I'd have known that before. For Mother's Day, Thomas's mum is a fan of Turkish delight. So I was trying to get her a box of Turkish delight on Mother's Day, and I couldn't source a nice box of lovely Turkish delight, but I'll remember that for future. Thank you very much, Florence. Right, so we'll do those, and I'll show you the safe method. Okay, but still, you've got to watch your fingers. I don't know how safe anything is. So once your grill is nice and hot, you want it on full temperature. Pop your poppadom in.
Doesn't take long with the poppadom.
Yeah.
You've got to keep your eye on it.
You have to keep your eye on it. I burnt a few. I remember when we moved in here in this house. I think it was probably the first time we cooked the curry.
Mm.
It's another story about what the fuse board sets are like. We moved into here, and the children were saying, and I think Gunley came around to pick up Eva or drop Eva, because Matilda and Eva are quite good friends. And she said, oh, there's a burning smell. I said, no, I've just burnt a poppadom. It's fine. And the children all said to me, Mum, there's a very strange burning smell going on. I said, no, I've just burnt a poppadom in the grill. It's fine. But actually, we were having a fire in the cellar because being plumbing and heating engineers, we decided to take out the heating when we moved in and the hot water. Clever thing to do, and it was winter, so we realized how cold it was and borrowed lots of electric radiators, didn't we? Remember?
Well, yes, but I think the fault was 120-year-old Edwardian electric cable.
couldn't take
Yeah, I'll do it.
the amount of power we were putting into the fuse board with all the electric radiators. So they actually melted, but the actual cables were like paper thin. The insulation was paper. So yeah, it wasn't the poppadoms, it was another fire. I'm quite good at this. Are you there?
We're here.
Okay. Any other questions?
More fantastic photos to share. So I'm just going to share some photos.
Cool.
Let's see if I can put this up on the screen, hopefully. Just check it's going to go. There we go. Look at these. Some of these we shared already this morning. We already saw the picture. Share it again with a lovely photo. And the goons are all dressed up, look.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And we saw that the bucks were cooking along with us. And there they are from the earlier we said. And these the next photos we haven't seen yet. So this is Rosa at home, look.
And Rosa.
Oh, Rosa, you look beautiful.
And this is the family that have cooked a special meal, look.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Well, they got some
that was good.
skills in that.
And then these guys are busy cooking. Look, they're following Trevor's recipe.
How's it going?
Which is fantastic.
Looking good. I love the thumbs up. You're doing great.
And Mr. McBean, I think this is a piece of work that was shared with you earlier on in the term, but this is Holly's fascinating about India.
That is a very good bit of work, wasn't it?
And then this is back to the bucks cooking, look. Working hard. It's good to see. And then they're worried they might have too much in the bowl.
Need a bigger bowl.
Yeah, slightly.
Also, the bullocks have been joining in. Look, they've been looking for India on their world map and have been doing an India fact sheet. Look.
Well done.
And there's Rosa all dressed up, look, in her sari.
Sorry.
Isn't that fantastic that people all across the Prince of Wales School are joining us and taking part in our virtual India Day?
That's brilliant to see.
And
Just
Mr.
Well done, everyone.
This is the most social I felt all week. Thank you.
No. That's very hard to put on a sari. Who taught Rosa to put on a sari?
It's a tough thing to do.
I remember when you came back from India, Preba, and you gave every member of staff a sari, and they all dressed up in them at the same time. It was very spectacular. And you gave me this beautiful, I don't know what you call it, but it wasn't sari, obviously. I had to wrap around it.
It was a sal.
A sal, which
Yes.
I still have. I should have put it today, actually. But yeah, so thank you. Very gratefully received by all the members of staff, and we did look very spectacular. We sent you a photo of that, didn't we?
Pardon?
Did we send you a photograph of us all dressed up in your saris you'd given? And
No, I
sal
don't
you'd
think you did. No, I don't think you did.
It was definitely taken because yeah, I can remember that one. Whether Mr. Spracklen can dig that out of the archive anywhere.
Yeah, I've got that photo. I'll have a go at finding it.
Lovely. Mr. Farrington, did you go to any markets in India when you were there? Selling
I didn't catch
clothes?
the first part of that. Did I buy clothes?
Did you go to any markets where they sell clothes?
Yes. We bought. I brought back all sorts of clothes, mainly children's costumes, but also some beautiful saris and what else did I buy? Jewelry and shawls. Yeah, they're all still in the school.
It's quite a different experience, isn't it? Shopping in the markets where you sit down and there's a wall full of saris.
Yeah. And they're more than happy to get out sari after sari after sari.
That's right. If you don't like that one, they pull out another one,
Yeah.
and then push them to the side, and then pull out another one, and they'll open the saris up and spread them out for you to see.
Yeah.
It's quite an amazing experience.
It must take them hours to fold them up afterwards, because when you go in to a shop or a stall, they're all beautifully displayed behind, aren't they? And all it's like walking into a rainbow.
Yes, yes, it is. I love that experience. And that's what we tried to do when we did the assembly when we came back from India, was to create this experience of the market and throwing saris at the teachers or trying to display stuff. Yeah, yeah. So, I think after this, I don't know what your plans are, Mr. Spracklen. What time is the next break?
I'm happy to take a break whenever you are, Preva. That's fine.
Well, after lunch, once we drop this off. Oh yeah, once we drop this off. What am I going to do? What time is school's lunch?
School's lunch is 12:40. Well, 12:30.
12:30. Okay, so I'm going to start heating up the naan, I think. We can take the naan and we'll take that down. Is it too early for the naan? Actually, by the time we pack up, it'll be time for them to probably. Yeah.
There we are, Mr. McBean. I found that photo.
Excellent. Then we look splendid.
Oh, you do! Look at you.
Very kind of you, that, Prevo. It was gratefully accepted. Lovely.
Oh, that's lovely. Oh, I'd like a copy of that.
I'm sure we'll send you one.
Yeah, I'll make sure we send you one. I thought I sent you one before, so I'll make sure I do.
You all look amazing. You all look amazing.
So, are we going to say goodbye now and then come back later on this afternoon?
You can do, or I can show you cooking the naan bread.
Oh, yes, please. Fantastic.
Okay. Little trick with the naan bread. I've just put the oven on. Wet your naan, sprinkle it with a bit of water on each side before you put them in the oven. Stops them from going hard, and they soften nicely. I think that will do. I think that might be okay. Just turn this off.
I'm going to go and clear the back of the van a bit.
Okay. Right.
Miss Johnson sends the message to you, Preba, that she's still got her sari, but definitely needs your help to put it on.
Oh, did she? Is she trying to wear it today?
Oh, I don't know. Mrs. Scott's got hers too. Another message. Mrs. Long's got hers on.
Oh, well, is she?
Mrs. Long. Excellent.
Okay, that's good to see. Hers, I remember hers was red. I think I recall hers was a red one. I got completely wrong.
Yes, you're right. That's Mrs. Long in her red sari.
Oh, there she is. Yeah. Yep. So I'm going to get these in the oven. So I'm going to take a naan and I'm going to sprinkle it on both sides with water. Once they're cooked, a couple of minutes on each side, no more. I usually butter them like we would do a chapati. So generally, Indian food can and cannot be healthy. Their sweets are full of ghee, which is purified butter, and yes, there's a lot of high cholesterol Asians out there. So I think they're now being educated to watch how many Indian sweets and how much butter they put in their foods, and being re-educated on what's a healthy, balanced diet, which is a good thing, really. Yeah.
Mrs. Brooker's got hers on too, Mr. Trevor.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, so she says.
Oh, nice. Is Mrs. Brooker cooking?
I wait for the reply.
Okay, that's fine. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah. So long as I never have to do it again. You're going to have to. Yeah. Right. Are you going to ask?
yeah, you are.
No, you ask. Okay. All right, Mr. McBean. Would you like, I'm supposed to ask you, a delivery?
Well, that's very kind of you. I mean, I'd love a delivery, but I could pick it up from you if it's easier. That's
No,
very kind of you.
drop into the school.
Okay,
We know where you live,
great.
so we
Well,
leave it at
you know where I live. I've moved since you've been round to my house to fix my outside tap.
Oh, have
So
you?
Yeah, I
No.
live very close to that. I now live in 3 Romulus Close, which is the coldest.
I know it.
Is he supposed to say that?
Well,
Everybody
yeah,
goes,
we're among friends here. So it's just
Okay.
next, just around the corner. Well, that
Okay.
would be lovely.
So what we'll do is we'll deliver to the school, and then I'll have a bag for you. And what we'll do, we'll ring the doorbell, and then
Lovely. Okay, my dear.
yeah, okay.
3 Romulus Close.
Yeah, Thomas has written it down.
Brilliant. Oh, I'm looking forward to this.
Frampton, I think you're a bit far away for a delivery.
Oh,
Yeah, obviously,
Just,
now Mr. McBean shared his address with the whole world. If anyone else wants to deliver him as well, you know.
I'm
I know.
very jealous.
And
Now
Mr.
Mr.
Spracklen,
McBean shared his address with the world.
Mr. Spracklen, I know you're watching your hips at the minute and your waistline, so you'll have to wait.
I will wait. I'll look forward to when we have a party when we're back.
Yeah, definitely, most definitely.
excellent.
Yes, to celebrate.
And as I said, as Mr. McBean's now shared his address with the world, if anyone else deliveries to Mr. McBean's house, then I'm sure he'll take more food parcels.
All right, it's all right. Sure, I didn't mind. You see, it's the idea. Yes. Have you got your girls at home, Mr. McBean?
No, I haven't. They're basically spread around. Like Harriet now lives where I used to live, so she's
Okay.
very close. With her, she lives there with her husband Charlie and her little boy Toby, and Martha's stuck at home in London, and Merrin's also stuck at home in London, and Emily is sort of self-isolating, whatever the word would be, with her boyfriend who lives the other side of Dorchester. But we've been hooking up, kind of like doing this. I don't know what it's called, Scoop or something, where we have we've been doing quizzes. Is it called
Zoom?
Zoom? Maybe Zoom. We've been doing, like last night we had a quiz, so we're all gathering together a bit like this really, and doing quizzes and chatting every evening. So we've been quite sociable. So I know they're all well. Yeah, but they're not. None of them are here.
Okay. All right. Okay. So it's just for two.
Mrs. Troughton says we cannot wait for our special delivery.
Good. I'm looking forward to it.
I completely agree with that, Jules.
How many children are in school at the moment, Mr. McBean?
I don't know. Mrs. Jules, you might better tell us that. How many children in school today?
That would
I
be
think it was about 10, wasn't it, yesterday?
It's
Find
10
Mr. Spracklen might know.
Yeah, it's 10 again today.
10.
okay. Okay. Mr. McBean,
Yes.
will you do your own naan if I just bring it round?
Of course, that'd be lovely.
Okay. Okay. Then you can heat it up as you want it. Okay.
Brilliant.
So I sprinkled them all with water. I think the oven's hot enough now. Right. Again, I'm not going to put butter on them. Not for the school, but that's what I would normally do. Ten. I might have to do 2 lots. That's fine.
It's like the TARDIS, that oven, isn't it?
It is good. They're all gone in. Right, but I might need to make some more. Because I know the children probably more want to eat naan, as mine do, the little ones, as they quite enjoy the bread.
Wrap them up in this.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So, do we give that 2 minutes on one side? Right, any other questions? Because soon, once that's ready, I'm going to start packing up food and deliver to the school.
And when are the you're making onion barges? When are they going to be available outside the school?
Half past. We're not allowed to say that.
Oh,
It's just a yeah. Okay.
oh, well.
Did you hear that?
Kind of. It's okay. It's vague, so we're all right.
Okay. All right. So, and then this afternoon we'll be back. I can't remember what time did we come back, Mr. Spracklen, to learn to cook onion barges.
I think we'll come back about 20 to 2.
20 to 2. 20 to 2.
That would be brilliant.
20 to 2. Is that yeah? Okay.
Thank you so much for this morning.
Yeah, Preba, thank
It
you.
was okay.
It's been absolutely
great.
I've really done virtual school, and I really don't like being behind on a screen.
I
So,
know.
You're a natural.
We normally struggle to get your photo, Preba, but you've been absolutely incredible today. So thank you so much. You've been incredibly generous.
That is only, I only want to ever do this once in a lifetime, Mr. Spracklen. It's once in a lifetime, never again.
It's
You're doing
been
a proud move.
amazing. Thank you so much. What we're going to do now is we're going to leave the people that are here can leave everything on if they still want to join in this afternoon. But we will put the screen up like we did for the break earlier on, and then we'll be back at 20 to 2.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Well,
See you soon.
thanks for
Shukriya.
inviting me.
Namaste.
You're very welcome, Mr. Farrington.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm going to go for my constitutional now. So all the best for the rest of your virtual India Day.
Thank you very much.
And I'll see you. Pleasure.
We'll see you again.
Give our love to Jan, will you, Mr. Farrington?
Sorry?
Give our love to Jan, will you?
I will do. I will
Yeah.
do.
That's my beep.
Is that somebody's beeper?
But everyone else,
See you soon.
who's left, I will take you off the screen and we'll see you later on.
Okay, 20 to
Purple. Matt. So I'm just going to flip these over and then stick them back in.
That's great. And we'll see you at 20 to 2, Preba.
Lovely. Okay, bye.
Thank you, everyone.
हो गए तेरा भी कसूर के नशीले आए हो गए सीख के अदामा शर्मिंदे हो गए साहब के आंख लिए जो बनी पुताई साहब के आंख
Probably shouldn't shake myself around this much
लिए होनी है
after
बहार
that curry.
तू हुने हुने होई मुटियार मुंडिया तू बच के रही तू हुने हुने होई मुटियार मुंडिया तू बच के रही करती जवानी तेरा रूप डट मारदा पतला जलक ना हमारा भी सहारा करती जवानी तेरा रूप
Mr.
डट
Spracklen.
Hello, Mr. Nabil.
Really? Mr. Spracklen wondered if you could join us, but I don't know how you send the link.
तेरे जई सोनी कोई ना मुंडिया तू बच के रही तू हुने हुने होई मुटियार मुंडिया तू बच के रही तू हुने हुने होई मुटियार मुंडिया तू बच के रही मुंडिया दी बुलंद तेरियां कहानियां चन्नी जखने दियां गलियां बिछानियां चोपरां दी बुलंद तेरियां कहानियां चन्नी जखने दियां गलियां बिछानियां गंजुआ तो होया तेरे रूप दा दीवाना गंजुआ तो होया तेरे रूप दा दीवाना सकिया न हुस्न दा पार मुंडिया तू बच के रही तू हुने हुने होई मुटियार मुंडिया तू बच के रही तू हुने हुने होई मुटियार मुंडिया तू बच के रही
Where are you?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back.
Mr. Spracklen, I'm full of curry.
You're full of curry. You had a
Oh,
Mr. Nabil.
delicious. Oh, it's so good.
Was it
I
tasty?
can hardly move. I shouldn't have done that dance. Oh, that was so good. Thank you so much, Preba. Delicious.
Thank you.
Absolutely
You're welcome.
delicious.
Was it a bit spicy?
Say again?
Was it too spicy or was it okay?
No, perfect. No, nice. Yeah, it was a bit spicy, but I liked it. Yeah, yeah, spicy. I can do that spicy. That was plenty. That was good. Good spicy.
I've got lots of photos here to share, so I'm just going to put the photos up while I've got the screen. So if I just put these up, you're going to love these, Preba. We've had loads and loads of photos. Everyone's been
the sari. Absolutely loving the sari.
Lovely rose with a sari.
You enjoyed the school look?
Excellent.
Oh, lovely.
It wasn't just the children that were very excited. The staff are very excited too. Look.
Yeah, I saw that picture.
Oh, look, there's Miss White. Hi, Julia.
Look at that look. And then these guys were enjoying the tasty food.
Yes.
Lots and lots of happy people enjoying a bit of and
I
some
love it. It's brilliant.
We've had the staff getting involved as well. Look, Mrs. Long is dressed up.
Lovely Mrs. Long in a red
Just want to say,
tie.
she looks beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
She does look beautiful, doesn't she? Wonderful sari. And then another beautiful photo.
Yes, well.
There's Mr.
I didn't eat all of that, I might point out. I
Did you not share?
I didn't eat most of it. But I did share, yes.
And there is big thumbs up, look.
Yeah, definitely big thumbs up, yes.
We know this morning that the Bucks have been cooking along, and here they are at their dinner table enjoying their curry. Great job,
guys.
Fantastic. And here they are with their naans, look.
Oh, brilliant.
And making their naans as well. We've had lots of people send in lots of India work, because it's not just been cooking.
Making their own naan.
Inspired by to do some writing as well. Look at this. Look at Logan.
Oh, brilliant.
And Marley has been doing a beautiful India flag look.
Lovely.
Another, that's Logan again. That was fantastic. All this wonderful work. Another sari wearing people.
Oh, she looks wonderful, doesn't she?
Yeah, which is fab, isn't it? And working hard this morning on drawing rainbows look as well, and doing some work.
I love the colours she's wearing.
She's
Some
looking
of my
fab.
favourites.
We've had some more beautiful India. I think this work's been inspired by India as well. Some more learning that's been happening as well across the school. And there's Mrs. Brooker, look.
Ah, Mrs. Brooker looking good there.
Mrs. Brooker looking good as well. And some more amazing India work that's been happening across the school. Just checking that I've not missed anyone out. I wouldn't want to miss anyone out.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
Arlo's been cooking his own breakfast as well. Not India themed, but he's been cooking. Great to see. And then check out, we saw this picture of Isla earlier on, but watch this. We can see her do a full twirl. Look at that.
Oh, she looks wonderful.
Isn't that great? A wonderful.
That's really good sari wearing.
Photos from virtual school. Thank you so much for sharing. What are we going to get up to this afternoon then, Prabha?
I'm cooking. Have a guess.
What are you
cooking? Onion bhajis?
Onion bhajis?
Onion bhajis, yes, I am cooking onion bhajis. I've got a bit of a reputation for onion bhajis.
They are a specialty.
I'm going to set up myself in a business selling onion bhajis. It's all on hold at the minute, but I know some of you have tried them before and are quite pleased with my product. So I'm going to cook some onion bhajis and, yes, show you how to make them.
Trade secrets?
No, I won't give you all my trade secrets. There's a few questions.
Otherwise, we won't buy you.
It'll still be just as good. Can't give you all my trade secrets.
Fair enough.
Okay. All right. So, shall we begin?
Let's begin.
Okay. So, in here, I have shredded potatoes and onions. I did this yesterday because it's quite time consuming. So, I've got shredded potatoes and onions, and it's about 2 small onions to 1 large potato, basically. So it averages out. If you shred them, grate them, it's much nicer because I don't like big chunks of raw onion and raw potato that when you go to a restaurant, sometimes you'll get those sorts of pakoras, bhajis, and I don't really like those. But this is the way I was taught when I was little. Okay, again, it's a family recipe. Okay, so I've got that in there. You'll add, in order to preserve it, I put it in the fridge yesterday to stop the potatoes from going brown. I added oil, turmeric, salt, and lemon. This preserves it from the potatoes. If you leave potatoes, they go brown. This preserves it, hence the colour of it. So I'm able to use it straight away. And I did add some sunflower oil to that. Already, but you'll add a bit of sunflower oil to this. Okay, a tablespoon would be fine. Not too much. Okay, so we're going to add the spices now. So for this amount, you want about 1. I've got a bit more than you. You want about 1 teaspoonful of salt, 1/4 turmeric, not too much. 1/4 chili. Now, bhajis, it's about the flavour, really. It's not about the spice. A teaspoon or 1/2 teaspoon if you're making a small amount. I've doubled my quantities here, so I'm going for a teaspoon of each. Cumin and coriander. Again, it's the same spices I use. And a small amount of 1/4 teaspoon of garam masala. And that's it. That's it as far as the spices go. Then I'm going to add, not too much, 1/4 teaspoon of green chili. Again, the bhajis don't want to be hot. It's about the flavour, really. In here, I have chickpea flour, gram flour. Shall I show you a packet of 1?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. With me. Say hello, Imogen. Okay, so like any flour, some are better than others. I mean, like when you can buy your own brands, or you can buy McDougall's. If you take that forward, this Jalpur is the finer of the chickpea flours. It's a really good one if you can get that one. It's quite fine. It's known as gram flour or besan. Okay, if you saw that, and that they used to when we were in London, they used to sell this at Tesco's and Sainsbury's because there was a larger Asian community, so it was readily available. But really, here you can't really get it. But probably at the shop in Weymouth or the shops in Poole, you can buy this. I know the lady at the Whole Food store sells organic chickpea flour, but it's quite expensive, as it should be. But you know, you pay for organic. But this you can pick up at those shops, and it's not too much money, and it goes quite a long way. Okay, so I'm going to add to my mix. I'm just going to put some gloves on for this because I like to mix with my hands to get all the spices, and it's a real feel-good factor, digging your hands in and mixing. Do you want to do some? Would you like to? Do you want to put some gloves on? Right. To this mix, I'm going to add about 5 handfuls, good fistfuls of chickpea flour.
Okay.
Okay. And then I'm going to start adding some water. You don't want to add too much because you don't want the mix too wet, or else you're not going to be able to drop it in the pan. I'm going to start it going, and then you can take over because it's quite a messy job. Yeah? It's going to feel quite cold. When we were little, my dad used to make these on a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning for breakfast, and you'd come down to the smell. It's like fried bacon, isn't it? You come down to the smell of onion barges, just it's quite nostalgic, and you're just like, oh, please, can I have them? And you'd burn your mouth because they'd just be hot out of the pan, but you couldn't, and they're quite Moorish, and you couldn't stop yourself from popping another one and popping another one. But yes, this is what my dad did make. He did make the onion barges. Now, my mix is feeling quite wet. Would you, Imogen, give it a good mix?
Oh, that's cold.
Yeah, it is cold because it's been in the fridge, right? I'm going to put another one in because the onions and potatoes overnight have released a lot of water. If you're doing it straight away, right, they won't release as much water as this. It's, yeah. Yeah? How does that feel?
Cold.
Doing a grand job. It's quite messy work, really.
Question from Becky.
Yeah.
How much flour?
Well, this is the way I was taught. There's no measuring in this. You take your fist, 5 fistfuls, basically. I haven't weighed it.
Okie doke.
So you put your hand in, or you can pour your chickpea flour into your hand, and when it's topped in a mound, you put it in. Okay. And you do that 5 times, and that sort of works out okay. Okay? Right. Will you stop there? Second, sweetheart. Right, let's grate your gloves so you can go and pop them in the bin. Thank you very much, my little helper. Right. Just take them over there and go to the bin, sweetie. That's it. Pop them in the bin. Okay, so I think I'm good to go. So
does that feel like dough now? Does it feel a bit like bread dough, or is it a bit more sloppy than that?
It's sloppier than that. It's got to be sloppier than that. If it was like bread dough,
I've only got
like
a little screen here.
donut texture. It's not quite that, and it'd be too stodgy.
Right.
So, what would you what's the droppability?
Porridge.
Thicker
Porridge.
than porridge. Yeah, porridge, I guess.
Okay.
So you want it when I drop it into the hot oil. You don't want it to fall apart. You need it to stay together.
Yep.
If you have added too much water, just add a bit at a time. And remember, as you go along, those onions will release more liquid. So best to not make it too wet. Okay. what's the saying? If you do add too much water, just add some more chickpea flour. Well done. Yeah? And that'll bring it back to be less sloppy. So I'm going to start popping them in now. Imogen, I need you to stay away, okay? I've got 2 wots on the go because I'm making a large quantity. Careful, sweetheart. They've been on for about 10 minutes. They're quite a high heat, okay? Do work at home with what you can use a frying pan and fill it with as much oil as you can. Of course, children shouldn't be doing this at home. Or a deep saucepan. If you use a saucepan and fill it with, it'll work the same. You're basically cooking chips. So you want it quite hot, okay? You want to cook for about 10 minutes, less than 10, thereabouts. You'll know when it's cooked. You'll see the colour, okay? I don't know. And then you just drop your dough in. You're in your bhaji mix. You try and be a bit quicker. You'll speed up as you go along, but it doesn't really matter. Do as many as you can. What you'll find is some cook quicker. The first few batches, if the oil's too hot, will cook quicker. Can everybody see that at home?
Yeah.
Is everybody getting the idea?
It's looking fantastic, Trevor.
It is.
They do look good, don't they? They look like that gift I sent you this morning, don't they?
They do. I'm only hiding my face because otherwise we can't see you full screen. For some reason, my camera comes up big and we don't want to see me. We want to see you.
Maybe not, but yeah. Onion bhajis are very simple to make. I think the trickiest bit is this bit and getting the knack. But if you do it in a frying pan, you don't have to put too much oil. Just make them smaller. Or if you're doing a saucepan, you will need a slotted spoon.
A picture good.
You will need a slotted spoon. And fill it to the whole surface of your wok is covered.
Imogen says her mum's very hungry now and they need a visit from the bhaji bus.
Which Imogen is that?
Imogen.
Which Imogen is that?
Wait, it says, "Hi Imogen, my mum is very hungry."
Oh, hi, Imogen. Sorry, I can't read.
That's the curry taking effect.
Yeah, falling asleep. Sorry, I can't too far away.
It's from Indy Road.
It's from
Oh, was it? Oh.
Yeah.
The bhaji bus, we are having it made. I emptied it's an XBT box fan, so I've emptied it out. And we were just about to take it to the catering converters in Weston-super-Mare. We paid the deposit, and then, of course, things changed. So I'd spent the week before school closed emptying the bhaji bus, took it to the scrap metal merchants in Dorchester. After 3 days of sweat, blood and toil, taking out rivets and removing hydraulic equipment and a crane out of it, mostly on my own, we took it to the scrap metal merchants and do you guess how much money I got for 3 days' work?
I've absolutely no idea.
£6.60.
Ah.
I was expecting hundreds of pounds.
Disappointing.
But no, it was £6.60. But it's fine. You live and learn.
It's been recycled.
It's been recycled, yeah. All the internal parts has been recycled. So yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. I just yeah. So I have Mr. McBean. I don't know if you'll know a boy. Well, he's a young man now called Zach Trevitt.
I do.
Indy Rose. You will see what's on the walls as you enter Prince of Wales School reception. There is some artwork on the walls. What is that of, Imogen?
It's of climate change.
It is of climate
It is,
change.
well done.
And there's an artist who did that, Zach Trevitt, who I've been in touch with, and he's very interested, and he's going to design my bargee bus.
Excellent.
I'm so pleased. He's so excited.
That's really great, actually.
I
Really
can't wait. Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
So it's all on hold at the minute. Once things get going again, it'll be going. Yeah.
Brilliant.
And so don't know when you'll see the bargee bus. Hopefully sooner rather than later. But it'll be worth the wait. It'll be worth the wait.
It will.
Right. I think those are ready. Right. It smells good. I'll say. Now I've got a sieve. I've got some kitchen roll in there. Just to drain off the excess. Tip is the higher the heat, right? The barges will absorb less oil or drain the oil away much quicker. You don't want them greasy, really. Like greasy chips, you don't. Well, it depends how you feel, depending on the day. But the higher the heat, the less greasy they're going to be. Okay?
I wonder if Juliet's watching this.
Mr. Spracklen, we saw Juliet briefly, well, from afar, and spoke to her as we dropped the food off. And she was saying she was supposed to be doing the VAT returns.
Right. But she's been distracted.
But she wasn't. She was too busy watching what we were doing this morning.
I'm sure Mrs. Shorten is watching. She found it very entertaining this morning, particularly Mr. Farrington's contributions, I think.
Yes, Mr. Farrington and Mr. McBean together, I think.
It's been a great duo. We'll miss Mr. Farrington this afternoon. Mr. Farrington's still actually messaging me, so I suspect he's watching. I think I've got a photo of you dropping him off as well, which I'll put up at some point.
Mr. Bascom looked very pleased.
Well, there was food arriving, so I'm not doesn't surprise me.
I'm sure Mr. Bascom's had a taste as well.
I hope so. He works hard. Oh,
He does.
Aren't you supposed to be doing something at midday today with Mr. Bascom? For Mr. Bascom?
What's that then?
Oh, he's gone.
I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is, Trevor.
I don't know the answer to that either, actually.
It was on the Facebook page.
Oh, I've shared a very special video to Mr. Bascom this morning.
Ah,
Yeah,
right.
I've seen that.
Okay.
Just letting him know
That's
that
already happened.
just letting him know that I miss him.
Ah,
Oh.
I'm sure he misses you too, Mr. Spracklen.
Now, we were doing this in the school, Mr. McBee, Mr. Spracklen. The whole school would be salivating at the smell.
They would, yes. I do remember those days. Indian cuisine permeating every classroom.
And then we used to have Mrs. Johnson would come out and say, "Oh, that smells nice. Is there any for us?"
All hinting.
So I'm going to allow those to drain.
Jacob says he loves onion barges, Pepper.
Pardon?
Jacob says he loves onion barges. Jacob Buck.
Which Jacob is that?
Jacob
Buck.
Buck,
Okay,
yeah.
yes.
Loves onion barges.
Is Jacob in year 2?
He's in year 3 now.
Oh, is he in year 3? Oh, we did them with him last year then.
We did.
I know his mum does as well. His mum's quite keen.
You chuck them over the garden wall, can't you?
I could chuck them over the garden wall.
You could catapult.
Are the bucks making them at home?
Well, I'm sure they're listening in, so we'll probably find out in a minute. They were busy making curry this morning.
Do you want the window open?
Yeah. Yes, please. And one on the other side, but not too much, please.
Trevor, is that are onion bhaji something that is just an all-year food Indian cuisine, or is there a special time of year where you might have onion bhajis as part of a festival, or is it just
No, it's an all year
it's an all-year food?
So quick and easy to make,
Right.
and it's so less time consuming than a samosa or dokras or other things, or kuchuri that you
Becky says she's going to make some later, Trevor.
Okay. Well, good luck with that, Becky. Right, we'll need some taste testers. We've got any taste testers at home?
Yeah, we've got a few.
Okay. Do they want to come and try one?
Right, taste testing, please. Hold on, wait there.
I have a taste tester.
No, don't come this way, please. Go around. Right, so we've got some pitter patter of feet.
Wait, you never got it.
Might be hot, yeah. Just be careful, they've just come out.
6? Not 7? Okay. I'll hold them
That's really good.
Oh,
They're quite squishy.
vote of approval there, Trevor.
Good. I do pay them. So I'm trying to get 2 on the go at the minute. Now, what did Miss White think of the curry? That would be interesting, because I don't think Miss White has had my food before.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out soon, Trevor. I imagine she really enjoyed it, though, like I did. I think Miss White likes a good curry.
I'll see if I can get Miss White on here. That'll be interesting, won't it? Give me a second and I'll see if I can get her to join us.
Okay. Have you tried one?
No, not yet.
That's manageable.
Take those?
Yes, please. And this. So tell me about the village that you're studying in India, Mr. McBean.
A place called Chembakoli, which is in the southernmost state, and I should remember the name of that, but I can't remember it at the moment. It's a place where there's a group of people, a sort of original tribal people called the Adivasi, who lived in the sort of forests around that area,
Right.
and had quite a hard time of it, really, and living in quite difficult situation, quite difficult conditions, quite extreme poverty, really. And then they've been helped by, I think, UNICEF and various other organisations, where they've helped them with buying tea plants and various other things. And they're part of a fair trade network now, where it means they're able to make enough money to send their children to school and get medicines more easily and things like that. So it's been one of those places which has been sort of helped a bit in the last 20 years, and now doing quite well. It's quite very interesting to find out about it and see the pictures, learning a bit about
That's
it.
amazing that people can turn things around like that.
Yeah,
with the help
just a bit of help and
support.
they're away. Yeah. Prabhu, I remember one thing I do remember fondly of when you come into school in the past, and I might have asked you if you could have done it again, was when you told us all about your wedding. You and Thomas, your wedding, and you showed us the lovely video of the things that went into having a Hindu wedding. And I remember really enjoying that. Is that something that you could tell us a little bit about that? Maybe I should be asking Thomas, really, because I must admit in some of the pictures he did look like he was a bit confused as to what was actually happening.
Well, yeah, you should ask Thomas. He can tell you a few things. Him and his family basically didn't know what was going to happen to them. So Thomas's mum was slightly nervous. I'm sure Thomas was slightly nervous, but they were good sports. They went along with it.
Yeah.
Yes, let me tell all the young children, or warn them, that a Hindu wedding does go on for a very, very long time.
It doesn't.
So how long's that?
Not just for the day. I mean, the day is a very long day. The ceremony is very long, a few hours. 4 to 5, it can be 4 to 5 hours, because Thomas and I, because Thomas is not a Hindu, it was sort of an edited version of it, but if both partners were Hindu and of the same caste and village, there's a lot more to it. Ours was basically, even though it was about 4 or 5 hours long, just the ceremony, that was an edited version. Right, I'm just going to drop some more in. But I'll let Thomas tell you about his experience. He had to smash a little clay pot, didn't you? I
had to go to a temple in Bolton. And when you walk into the temple, you've got to put your right foot forward first and smash a little pot of an urn. And then you're showered with flowers. And then you sit on a stage underneath a canopy with a rope between you. And also a blanket. You're not allowed to see your prospective wife. So, to my knowledge, it might not have been her. It might have been somebody else all along, some ancient auntie.
Yes, that's right. You're not allowed to see them until after the wedding ceremony. So they hold up a big sal in between, like we've got on the wall there. And one young member, I'm going to have to take this, one young member, just bear with me, has to, from each side of the family, usually the younger brother or younger cousin, holds the shawl. They hold the shawl till the priest has performed the ceremony, and once that ceremony is over, the priest bangs the tali with a stick, and there's a huge furore, and there's a tug of war between the two young men of each side of the family, pulling the shawl to see which side can win it. And it's great fun. It's quite dangerous because you are on a stage and you can actually fall off if you're not careful. But that's one of the exciting things of the wedding. And then whoever wins the shawl, whichever side of the family wins the shawl, has the upper hand.
Okay.
I think that quite worked out in our case, didn't it?
Who won the shawl?
I think my brother did.
William did.
Yeah.
What do you mean? So okay.
Does the shawl ever get ripped in half?
No, it's quite a strong thing. But often, the aunties all get a bit sort of nervous and ask either young man to sort of give the shawl in, basically, because they don't want anybody to fall off the stage, or it's going on, the war is going on for so long, and their tummies are beginning to rumble, because this is almost the end of the wedding, So Thomas and I, when I came on the stage, were you on the stage? Thomas was on the stage. I'm brought down the aisle as it was. He's not allowed to look at me. I sit there, and then we hold hands underneath the shawl while the priest performs the ceremony.
And the priest performs
Was the ceremony in English?
No, it was in.
Oh no,
Sanskrit.
we had no. Yes, it was. It's in Sanskrit, but because we're a mixed marriage, he did repeat it in
translate.
English. He
Yes.
translated
So it took
everything he
even
was
longer.
saying, so it took even longer.
We've got another visitor. Trevor,
Look here.
you can.
Hello, Miss White.
Oh, hello.
Miss White,
Did you enjoy the food, Miss White?
Pardon?
we were keen to know if you enjoyed the food at school.
I loved it.
Oh,
Honestly, it was so nice. Thank you so much.
But let me introduce the real cook.
Hi, Imogen.
Hi.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Good. We really enjoyed that curry. It was amazing. Especially those poppadoms.
they were good. Yeah,
It
Yeah,
was really
they were
super.
good.
Thank you so much for that.
a pleasure. How was the saffron rice?
Hello, Mrs. Long. Oh, it was lovely. Honestly, I've been excited all day about it. Mr. Chorlton will tell you. And as soon as it arrived, I was like, yes. It was so good. Thank you so much.
A pleasure. Juliet did say to us that you were very excited and wondering when the curry was coming.
I was very excited.
You know, you must be another Mr. McBean then at heart.
Oh, honestly, I was
Curry.
so excited.
Trevor's
I've been waiting
curry,
days
yeah.
for it.
You're gonna have to come back every year, Trevor. We can't let you. It's a school tradition now.
No, you can't go.
I don't think any more babies.
No, we're not having any more babies.
No, I'm not suggesting that necessarily. I just think
Oh, Prabha, what are you making now?
Have you ever had them, Miss White? Have you had mine?
What are you making? Is it onion bhajis?
Yeah.
Do you know what? I've never actually tasted one of yours before.
you haven't lived.
Yeah.
I know. They're legendary, aren't they? And I've never had one.
Well, you will be this afternoon.
Oh,
You
I'll
will be
definitely
this
have one
afternoon.
this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. Most definitely.
Oh, this is exciting. Look at me on the live stream.
It's nice to see you.
Yeah,
It's
very nice to see you.
too. How are you, Mr. McBean? You all right?
I'm good, thanks. Yeah, good, thanks. I had a curry for lunch, like you did. So
Yeah, I had a curry for lunch.
all set. I don't feel very comfortable here.
Except for Mr. Spracklen.
Miss White, if you turn your phone to landscape, we'll see you even better.
Pardon?
There we are.
There you go.
Oh, is that better?
That's better.
This way, look. Oh, that's
That's
better,
good.
isn't it?
Yay.
I don't know where I'm looking. Am I looking in the camera?
Yeah, that's fine. Are there any other staff that tried the curry? Yeah?
Yeah, Mrs. Chorlton.
Let's get Mrs.
Oh,
Short.
look, Juliet.
Oh, hello.
Hey, Jules.
Gorgeous. Thank you
Oh,
very
look,
much.
Juliet. Hello, Juliet. How was it?
It's not very good angle, this, is it?
How was it?
Oh, that was really
Woo!
good.
Yeah, the
Hi,
curry
Juliet.
was delicious. The children all enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Julia, would you like to
Same
say?
time next week.
I'll take you to Julia. Julia can tell you all about the curry as well.
I think you must have other chefs out there
Best curry ever.
that can maybe cook up a Thai meal and teach us all a bit of Thai. Or what about Arlo's mum, Pip? She could teach
We'll have to go
us
ahead.
some traditional Sikh cuisine,
Oh yeah. Sounds
which is
good.
completely different from my food.
There we are. There's Julia. Hello, Julia.
Hi everyone.
Did you
It was
enjoy?
Hi, Julia.
delicious. We all tried it at lunch today. Everyone enjoyed it. Lots of children enjoyed the rice.
Yeah.
The
Good.
rice was a great hit, and the chicken curry.
Right. Fantastic. Fantastic.
It was
Chicken
super.
curry is always
Thank you
good.
so much, Helen, for that. She's currently onion bhajis.
Oh, my favourite.
Fantastic.
Julia,
Yeah.
has Damien managed to defrost the chicken yet?
He's defrosted the chicken, yeah. He's all ready to go. He sent me a picture of all the ingredients lined up on the kitchen side.
Oh, great.
Fantastic. You'll have to let us know how it goes.
Definitely.
Okay. So you got something to look forward to tonight.
Absolutely, and onion bhajis look delicious
Do you want to wash
too.
your hands?
We'll leave you to it, guys.
Yeah.
See you soon.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
We better leave them doing what they're doing.
So back to Thomas. Thomas, you went into the mandir, and you had to smash a clay pot. Is that right?
That's a clay pot.
What was that all about?
I think that was something to do with
Virility.
driving. Is it virility?
Well, no, maybe not virility, but more sort of.
I don't know quite what it was. Often the grooms in an Indian wedding are expected to turn up on a white horse carrying a sword.
Oh.
However, I've never ridden anything other than a motorcycle, and I have an inherent fear of horses, so I wasn't going to do that.
No. I'm not sure that would be strictly allowed in Bolton either, would it? But maybe.
Oh, it has been done.
Yeah.
Has been done.
Yeah. And there's
Impressive.
a group of musicians, and they walk in front of you banging a giant drum very loudly.
It's
And all of my my few aunts and uncles all began to look rather scared. Timid, put it that way.
Oh, but they did join it.
They
And then
did.
afterwards, we had a big party,
Mhm.
a reception party, and there was loads of food and loads of Bollywood dancing, which was not vegetarian anymore. Well, there was mixed of both, wasn't there?
If you join an Indian family, a Hindu family, suddenly you have about 10,000 more aunties and uncles than you ever knew could have existed. And they can be, how shall I put this diplomatically? They can be rather demanding at times.
In what way? What do you mean demanding?
Well, they all hug you.
Oh yes, we're all very touchy-feely,
Yeah.
and I know there are some people who don't appreciate the body contact, as it was. All the hugs and the
Lots of hugs.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds like a bonus to me.
Each to their own.
Each their own. Anyway, having seen the video, Thomas, I think you look great, and you do look kind of slightly confused some of the time. Like
I think any gentleman getting married in India will feel confused a lot
You
of the
weren't in
time.
India, you were in Bolton.
Well, the same, but I mean, the thing is, Indian priests or the Hindu religion, the priests speak a language that no one but they really understand. They speak Sanskrit, whereas
Right.
Prabhu's family speak Gujarati, and a lot of Indians speak Hindi. Sanskrit is the language of the priests. So no one really quite knows what they're saying. However, it was very kind enough for the priest, in our case, to explain it to us.
And you say that the wedding went on for quite a long time. Was there a sort of, the week before the wedding? Are there sort of bits of ceremony that are happening then as well?
There was to Prabha. She had to be prepared as a bride, and one of those preparations was for her cousins or aunties to cover her in a yellow paste, turmeric. So she was coloured with yellow turmeric. And I don't know whether the children know, but turmeric
is that a good look?
Yeah, looking yellow. There is a reason behind that.
Well, if you like the spray tan look, then yeah.
I'm thinking of a jaundiced look, possibly.
I say, yeah.
Jaundice, yes, because it's very difficult to wash out. It actually, if you imagine turmeric and this very strong paste of oil and freshly ground turmeric, this yellow paste pasted all over your body and face, can be up to 7 days. It's actually quite difficult to get out, and I had a red and cream wedding dress, so I actually stained my silk wedding dress. Wedding sari. So yes, but it's one of those things. It's supposed to make your skin glow.
Okay.
That's why they do it. It makes your skin glow. A bit like a spray tan, I guess. But that's the. So it would happen to the groom as well. And then we have songs. It's like the aunties come around and the uncles come around and they sing songs. And they're all a bit. What's the word I'm looking for?
Mary.
Yeah, a bit leery. They do the religious ones and get those out of the way, and then they start saying, "Oh, Thomas will come on his horse, and he'll bring all his friends, and the bride will be so shy." And then they start adding stuff and all giggling madly, all the ladies in Gujarati, while they're singing these songs, because they're imagining what it will be like for the bride and groom on their wedding night.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's all, yeah. It's yeah.
So when did the turmeric wear off? Was that something that sort of a couple of weeks later?
It was, it's still a bit yellow on the honeymoon.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. But then the couple of days before, we feed everybody. It's always about food. We feed everybody. We have prasad. We celebrate with the gods. Ganesh is called. As I said,
Ganesh is an important god for weddings, isn't he? As far as I understand.
He is, yes.
We've learned a bit about Ganesh. Here's Ganesh. And the year 2 will be able to tell you a bit about him, hopefully. They remembered that he's got a broken tusk, hasn't he? I wonder if any of the year 2 can remember what he does with his broken tusk. And there's another thing, I'm not quite sure what this is about, but in images of Ganesh like this, there's always a mouse.
Mouse is his chariot, a bit like the cow is sacred.
I've got two Ganeshas here, and both of them have got a little mouse at their feet.
Yes.
Both of them have got a broken tusk as well.
The elephant rides the mouse. It's his chariot.
The elephant rides the mouse. Okay.
As we said, Krishna and the cow. So Krishna rides the cow, hence its sacredness. And Ganesh's chariot is the mouse. So when we see these images, it's quite funny growing up, because you'd read books where the elephant was scared of the mouse. Do you remember reading books and seeing images like that? Well, it's completely different in my culture.
So when you're praying to Ganesh before the wedding, then, as brides do, is that sort of the same sort of puja as you showed us this morning, or is it a special thing for Ganesh?
The priest will come and he'll read certain scriptures in Sanskrit from the books, the Vedas, and whatever, and it'll be relative to the wedding, and well wishes of virility and happy marriage for the couple. So even though there'll be other scriptures for Ganesh, according to different ceremonies, there are specific ones for the wedding. Yeah. Right, I'm making my second batch. I'm a bit concerned about the heat of the oil. What time are we on? 2:30. That's fine. You were asking me about this morning. You were asking me about my. Oh, you were. Mr. McBean thought I was born in India, which I wasn't. Okay.
You were born in Bolton.
I was born in Bolton, but my parents came from India. And you were asking me about my mum and dad and how. I was telling you about my dad came over on a boat.
How did that come about? Did they come over as a couple, or did they meet in England?
Neither. My two grandfathers shook hands. They were very good friends, and shook hands and said, "One of my daughters will marry one of your sons." When the children were very little, when colonization happened and took place in India, there was a need for workers in this country, and I believe it was NatWest was one of them, one of the banks that actually invited people from India and other places that the Raj went to, or the British Empire went to, and invited people to work. So my grandfather, my dad's dad, came over with his sons. I think he came over first on a boat, and then once he was established, with work, he was allowed to invite his family over. So my dad and his 2 younger brothers they were probably not even in their teens yet, came over on a big boat on a long journey from India back in the day. And my dad, when we watched the film Titanic, I remember when it first came out, and my dad and we were watching Titanic. I remember him turning around and said, "This is what it was like. This is what it was like." He was like Leonardo DiCaprio on the Titanic. He said, we just ran around this big boat. He had so much fun and so many fond memories of it. But it's amazing to think that that's what they did to get to this country. Then once they were established, a few years later, my mum was called over, and the marriage took place once she arrived. I think she was 16.
So she married this chap that had already moved to England. Had she met him when she was a little girl earlier?
No.
Not met each other at all?
No.
So she left India and came to England and married somebody that she'd never met.
That's correct. Yes. Yeah. I don't think she wanted to, but I don't think she had a choice.
Right.
It was in the day. I guess there's a certain element of it now.
Was happening to them.
You've got it's England or it's America or it's somewhere that the quality of life is better, the work's there, the salaries are better. So there was an element of that. So I think she secretly had a boyfriend as well, but yes, she did. But yeah. So her father was very strict. He was the village headman, the village elder. So there was my grandfather was so strict. My mum's dad was never going to allow her to marry this young man from the village who was poor. So he said, "Look, you've got to go." My mum came over. She came over on a plane and didn't know how to use a toilet. So she had to be shown how to use one. The modern English toilet, actually.
She must have felt very strange coming across. It's very brave of her, actually. Isn't it, the whole thing?
I don't think her English was that great.
No.
She's never been to school, did she?
Mum didn't really go to school. She generally. She was supposed to go to school. I think she was more interested in being at home and being on the field and just enjoying her life, really. Right, I'll need some spices in here, my love, please. Oh, I'm gonna burn it. Okay. Sorry, I just need to put some spices in the next batch. Can you do it? Okay.
So, Trevor, you've told us a bit about your wedding, and thank you for sharing that with us, and thank you, Thomas, as well, for your version of the event. As a Hindu, do you do anything to welcome babies into the world, like what the equivalent of a christening or a baptism or something like that? Is there a way that children are celebrated?
Yeah, you want to say yes. It's huge.
There is. There's lots in a Hindu society, which we must remember that the Hindu religion is far, far, far older than any other. I believe, apart from perhaps Zoroastrianism, that there is a lot of superstition, and especially regarding such an event as the birth of a child, and that can cause some difference of opinion. So when our first child was born, Isabel, Trevor's mum and dad turned up at the hospital and wanted to cut her hair off. Yes.
Oh, lots of other things.
Lots of other things. And I asked why they wanted to do that. Oh. And they said it was to drive away evil spirits. And I disagreed with them and said there's nothing evil about a baby, especially this one. So at that point,
we had a few conflicts, my parents.
There's always going to be a few conflicts with one's indoors.
When you from different cultures and different backgrounds, especially one like Thomas said, which has such an old history.
Yeah.
But we managed. We're all still talking. We're all still very happy.
We are.
Cool.
So yes, so when it comes to birth, death, and all the other ceremonies, it is very different between what is considered average in this country, and I suppose my history is pretty straight down the middle, Church of England, and what Previs is, which is probably straight down the middle, Hindu.
Yeah, my parents weren't very strict when it came to religion. They were brilliant, actually. They let me go to church. They let me go to mosque. They let me go to Sunday school. They let me explore religion. They never stopped me.
Right.
So they were really cool in that respect. I think they wanted me to believe in God rather than be forced to believe in God. You are basically born a Hindu anyway into the culture. It's not like you convert or anything, or at a certain age you become invited into the religion. He's going to burn. But my parents always said that they believe in one God, and God has many different forms. Hence the idols and all the different pictures that you see. They believe there's one God and has many images. So they're quite open to other saints, other gods. I don't think all religions are like that, but they were really cool. So it was nice because I actually found religion in lots of different places.
And it might surprise some people to know that Jesus is considered a great saint in the Hindu religion as well. A very important person.
Nice. And as a family, do you try to sort of just enjoy the different areas, your different backgrounds, and give credence to sort of both? So do you celebrate Christmas and Diwali and Holi and Easter and everything?
Yeah, we do. We celebrate everything. And the kids love it because they get presents at Christmas, presents at Diwali. They get lots of celebrations, so it's nice. And I loved that when I was little, actually. I could have best of both worlds.
And Thomas, how have you, it's a bit of a personal question possibly, but how have you embraced the Hindu culture into your life? Are there things that you do now that I wouldn't do, or things that you do now that you hadn't done before?
No, not really. No, I must say I haven't changed the way I think. I think the key thing is to do what's expected of you. So I'm quite happy to go to the temple and ring the bell. And, you know, if I'm expected to sit on the floor, I'll do that, or kneel. You just got to be polite. But it doesn't change what I think about the world at all. No. I agree with Prabha's mum, who's a very devout Hindu. I think we're all in the same boat, as she would put it, probably. What that is, I don't know. It's very important to go and see the rest of the world, see how it's different, and then think about how very much the same it is.
Absolutely.
So you planning to go to India one day, Mr. McBean?
I would love to go to India. I think I tell you, I'd really love to go to India and play cricket. And that would be my idea of a perfect holiday in India, would be to go to India on a cricket tour or something like that. I think that would be great fun.
Well, you should take your cricket team down to.
Well,
really well. Having been thrashed by the Indians of Dorset, then maybe that's not such a good idea.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I can see.
Failing that, I would love to go to India anyway at some point. Yes, just to experience. But I have to make sure I go at the right time of the year. I don't fancy going during the monsoon.
No, or during the summer when it is very, very hot.
Yeah.
Unbelievably hot.
Work out what the best time to go was.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I'd love to go. Absolutely.
No, a minute. Okay, that's good to go. I'm just going to pop some more in there.
Okay.
Have you got any trips planned to go back in the near future? Obviously, we can't go anywhere at the moment, but had you got plans to go next year? Or?
There were great concerns of how the children's health would be when we went, but they were absolutely fine. They took it all in stride. Now the children are much more resilient than we give them credit for, I find. I think us parents are more concerned, and they loved it. They loved it. Absolutely. Just shoes off, barefoot, everywhere.
And they got to do a lot of things that they can't do in this country. They got to ride on the back of motorcycles all over the place.
Without helmets.
Yes. And one thing you've got to, when you go to India, is you've got to get used to it. You've got to get used to the way they drive and crossing the road. Before you get used to it, it's very frightening because everybody seems to be going in a different direction at once. But everyone seems to know what they're doing. And if you get used to it and decide, well, I need to cross this road, I'll just stride out into the traffic. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and everyone goes around you.
These are slightly brown. These are slightly browner than I'd like, but they'll still taste just as good.
Shall I start making them up into batches?
What time is it?
It is 20 to 3.
Okay. In that box down there, it's the box. A box of boxes there is.
Mr. McBean, I've had a few more photos come through.
Oh, fantastic.
This is Alec.
Oh, well done.
He's done some fantastic writing. He's been doing his India fact sheet. And I've had Olive and Evie send me a photo there.
Lovely.
Dressing up as well. And the Boston family had to go at making the recipe, although they couldn't go out, so they could only use what was in their cupboards already. And they've done a fantastic job, look.
Nice.
Oh, amazing.
Great work, guys. Following.
What it tasted like? Did it taste good?
Oh, we'll ask them to send that in, definitely. But I thought it was nice to see some more people dressed up as well. Look.
Oh, who's that?
Olive and Evie Evans, I think.
Ah.
Thanks. Well done, guys.
The thing is, Mr. McBean and Mr. Spracklen, I know you asked me to come in, but I know the children from my classes. I don't really know some of the new ones.
Oh, we'll make sure they know you. Everyone's going to know you now.
They all know you now, Trevor.
You've gone global now.
Yeah, you're famous.
You know, as soon as this broadcast finishes, you're going to have telephone calls from all the major networks, I reckon.
No, possibly not. Possibly not.
I
was asking, what about him? Is he not going to have the phone calls?
Yes, definitely. Thomas has been a very able assistant today.
He is. He's good, isn't he? He's good.
So, Preva, another question about your wedding then. What did you have to wear for your wedding? And Thomas, you had to wear, I can't remember too much about it, but I seem to remember you both had a sort of traditional costume of some sort that you were wearing.
I wore an Indian suit, which comprises a very ornately brocaded jacket, long sleeve with a Indian collar. That means unlike an English or European collar, it doesn't have.
And down to the knee, basically.
And it's like a half a coat and half a jacket. And underneath that, I wore a pair of Indian sort of trousers, which I found very difficult to get on and off.
They're very narrow.
Very narrow, like skinny jeans at the bottom and rather baggy
baggy at the top with a drawstring.
And I was given a pair of slippers to wear. Now, these aren't like the normal slippers we have in this country that are woolly and cushioning. They're very hard.
Was it pointed toes?
Pointed toes.
So
and I have very square feet, so they became rather uncomfortable.
If you Google like Mughal Rajas, you will see where the shoe comes from.
Now, my prepper's parents had asked me to wear a turban, but I declined that offer. I thought this is what I had on was heavy enough. without my
Although
head being bald.
one uncle was saying, "Oh, go on, wear the turban. It finishes the outfit," and you were like, "No, I
Whereas
don't want to upset."
Preba wore a wedding sari made of silk and brocaded all over. That's incredibly heavy. Very, very heavy indeed. And she had to wear it all day.
Jewelry and stuff, particularly special.
Yes.
Lots of that sort of thing.
Yeah, only until the groom gives you your wedding jewelry, which is 22 karat gold. Up until that point on the wedding day, you can't wear any real gold. It has to be fake jewelry. And then, yeah, it has to be costume jewelry. And then when your husband gives you your, I'll need another bowl, sweetheart, when she's done. When your husband gives you your wedding gold, from then on you can be gifted by the family with presents of gold.
So how does that work then? Is that part of the ceremony, like an exchanging of rings would be, you know?
Yes, exactly. Oh, he gives me a Mangalsutra. Mangalsutra is your equivalent of a wedding ring. It is a necklace with black beads and traditional black beads. I can't remember the name of them, and gold. And that is what's given. And that is it's a necklace, but that is your equivalent of a wedding ring.
Right.
So that means you're married. When you're wearing one of these necklaces, it tells the world that you're married.
And do you you don't wear that now every day?
Not like Mr Spracklen's forehead at the minute. It's not,
that doesn't mean he's married. No.
That doesn't mean he's married.
It's starting to wear off a little bit now, to be honest.
Have you taken it off?
Not deliberately, but I think the swelling's gone down from my squat.
Oh, good. You put some ice on that.
So you don't wear this wedding ring forever after on a daily basis after that. It's a special for the day jewelry, is it?
You're supposed to wear it every day, but I'm not a traditional Hindu wife.
Right.
As you will have noticed.
What, subservient?
Subservient. I'm not. I don't wear a sari every day. I don't cook chapatis every day. I'm a plumber and electrician. You'll find it. Yeah, I do.
I wasn't assuming that you were a typical anything, Preba, to be honest. What about Thomas then? Did you get given a wedding ring, Thomas? Is that?
No, not in the Indian ceremony.
You got a necklace? You got a gold necklace?
I probably got a gold necklace, but I don't really like gold at all.
He won't wear any jewellery. No, he's the disappointment of my mum, who wants to laden him with gold and jewellery and things. And he's like, no, I don't want to wear it. Why don't you wear the chain I bought you? I don't want to wear it. Oh, I bought you all these lovely things. I don't want to wear it. Thank you. Give it to my wife. Thomas won't wear those sort of things. There are some love it. I mean, chunky gold bracelets, all blinged up, gold chains, gold lockets, but not Thomas. He's not interested.
No, well, to be fair, Thomas, I can relate to that.
He doesn't, yeah. No, I better not say.
No, we are.
I know. I was going to, it doesn't matter.
It's very nice that families have to adapt to each other. So I have to make lots of adaptations when I visit Preda's mum and dad. I have to put up with the fact that I'm not allowed to help in the kitchen at all. And if I try to do the washing up, I get rapped on the knuckles. I'm always being told to sit down
and eat
or drink. Or fix this or that.
Oh yeah, they always ask you to do a bit of plumbing.
Thomas, that must be such a hardship, mate.
Oh, it is. It is. And the house is ever so very hot.
My parents expect me to serve him all his meals and all his drinks and prepare his food plates, which is just like, I don't want to do it, Mum. You do it.
She does it.
My mum does it because I refuse to do it.
She dotes on me.
She cooks him his favourite foods, lots of fish, and he's having beer and lots of whiskey, and he's made to sit down while I wash up It's the only time you'll see me doing it, though, at my mum's.
Well, I suppose Bolton's quite a long way away.
My mum's now got WhatsApp. It's scary. She can see us. They can talk to us now. We didn't have WhatsApp till a couple of, well, my mum didn't have WhatsApp, and we didn't have WhatsApp till we've had to do lots of new things, Thomas and I, as a family, as far as social media goes. And we now got WhatsApp. And Mum got on WhatsApp the other day. She came on WhatsApp. We were able to talk. And she cried. She cried, I could see you. Please call me every day on WhatsApp. Like, Mum, yeah. They were married 53 years, I think, the other day. They had their anniversary.
Wow.
Their anniversary. So they're at home at the minute. Dad heads out to Morrison's every now and again, and then comes back because there's quite a long queue. But yeah, they're all right. They're good. They're good.
Good.
How are we doing for time? Doing all right?
If there's anyone watching that has any questions for Preba, then please feel free to type them in the comment box below. I can still see that we've got lots of people watching, lots of people still tuned in. So if you're watching and you've got a question,
sorry, there's not a lot going on at the minute because I'm just making onion bhaji, so it's not half as exciting as this morning.
Well, if you've got any questions, now's your chance.
So Preba, how about have you got brothers and sisters?
Yes.
Are they all living in England, or have any of your siblings gone returned to India, or is that something that they would want to do, or not?
No, they wouldn't consider. I don't think they consider anything like that. My brother's in Nottingham, and he's a maths teacher. He's the head of the maths department at a secondary school. And my sister used to be a nurse, but now she's a sort of psychologist for children. So she assesses children and the behaviour and then passes the relevant notes on to the relevant departments and makes sure the children that she speaks to are well cared for. My sister is also, like me, has married a white man. But my brother married traditionally. He had the whole traditional wedding that went on for days and days and days.
With a Hindu lady?
Yeah, well, she's from London and she's like us. She wasn't born in India.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think she's the right caste.
She's the same caste. She's the same caste, same village in India.
Mr. McBean, have you discussed caste with
Well, no, it's not something that we've really talked about at school. I must say, it's not something I know a lot about. I am aware that there are different castes and there's a caste system. So perhaps you could help explain what that means.
Not that many. There won't be enough.
It's well, I'm no expert, but everybody who lives in India or is a Hindu is born into what's called a caste, and that really sort of means what you do for a living, or what you can do for a living. So Preba, for instance, belongs to a caste that's called Patels, and they are the farmers.
But actually, I'm a mystery. Okay, by caste I'm Patel, farmers, but my dad was a builder, and the name for a builder is Mistry. Hence, although it gets rather confusing, although I can only marry a Patel by caste if I was going down the traditional route, because my father adopted his trade name, which was builder, Mistry. That's why I am called Mistry, not Patel. Does that make sense?
Sort of.
Sort of. Okay. There is another caste out there called Mistry, okay? But I wouldn't be allowed to marry a Mistry.
So how many castes are there? How many castes?
My dad's family were builders. They took on the name of builder. It is not a caste. Does that make sense? Okay. So even if I married a mystery by caste, not by trade, I would be marrying out of caste.
Which in the modern day and age doesn't really matter that much.
No.
But it used to matter a great deal.
Back in the day, it did, yes. Things have moved on in this country so much. So much. The young people of today marry who they want. Nobody's made to marry anybody in their caste. They can marry whatever culture, whatever colour. It's a lot like that. There is, you still can go down the traditional path, and there is still that community there, but nobody blinks an eye who you marry these days.
Whereas it used to be, if you're a girl in India, you didn't really get much choice about a lot. You had to do what you were told. You were married very young.
Well, in India, it's still the same, actually. Mostly. I think there is an up-and-coming middle class where things are changing for them. Or if they are marrying in their caste, the marriage doesn't last long. And they're generally getting divorced and remarrying somebody they actually want to marry. So, yeah. So things are changing a lot in India. Industry is changing in India. What we did see, we saw a lot of pollution when we went to a place called Surat, which is where they make all the clothing. Huge, lots and lots of factories churning out lots of smoke and grey pollution into the air. But they make all the clothes, all the cheap clothing. It's a huge industrial town for clothing. But it was amazing to see how it changed. I mean, it was huge buildings that didn't exist when I was little, when we used to go there. It's now just, what would you call it? You saw Surat, didn't you?
Yes, it was a large industrial town, rather like the industrial towns in this country were 100 years ago. And the air is very, very dirty, very smoky and polluted. And the water in their rivers, which should be pure, is filthy. Very dirty indeed.
Although in this country, things weren't much better than that 100 years ago or so.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's having an industrial revolution, just like 100 years ago or 200 years ago we did in this country.
Yeah.
I think it's had the industrial revolution, and now it's having the computer revolution.
Technological. I think Mumbai supposed to be one of the biggest makers of computer-related bits and pieces?
Or is it Calcutta?
I can't remember. I don't think they make.
There's another major city which a lot of students go off to do their degrees and stuff, and it's
right.
I don't know if it's Calcutta. It's one of those that it's a major science and computer industry.
So in some ways, India has changed over the past 15 or 20 years as quickly as it took this country to do in 200 years.
Yeah.
I think the one thing that hasn't changed much in India is farming.
Okay.
Most of the farming is still done by hand, amazingly.
So if you're from a farmer caste, that was essentially quite a relatively poor group of people, I'm assuming.
Yes. Yes,
I mean, in this country, if you were to say you were a farmer, you wouldn't associate that with being poor, or probably more likely to think of it as being somebody who owned land as being well off, wouldn't you? But different sort of farming.
No, I wouldn't say you were well off, but you owned land and you farmed the land and you sold your products at the market the next morning, and you provided for your family. So you weren't one of the poorest castes out there. I think you were, and you wouldn't say middle. You did okay. You weren't the poorest.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
And one thing I did notice in India is that the building work, which is very, very tough in India, and mostly done by hand, is mostly done by women.
Okay.
So they'd often see a gentleman sitting in an unused digger, whereas the real work would be done by ladies in saris, who tend to be very small, but obviously very strong, carrying great buckets of earth and cement. And they do the building work.
And they still use hand tools to dig the dirt and to break the rocks. And then they have a basket, these young ladies and these young women, or women in their saris, in the baking heat, barefoot, with the sari on, and they'll have a basket, ladle it up with rocks and whatever other material products they're using, and carry it over on their heads. And then just repeat the process for very little rupees per day.
Yeah. Very hard life.
Very hard life. Very, very hard life. And that was happening while we were there. There were buildings being made, hotels being made, and we could see. We could watch them.
Giant concrete flyovers through the cities, still being largely built by hand. Extraordinary.
We have a comment from Mrs. Johnson, who says, very interesting and informative. Thank you. Nice to hear you enjoying the show, Mrs. Johnson.
Good.
Watching Preba making onion bhajis at the moment. How are they going, Preba?
They're all right. I'm on my second batch now of the mix. I'm almost done, really.
So how many bhajis have you actually made?
What, just now?
Yeah, altogether, approximately.
You don't. I don't know. Thomas is trying to divide them equally in the boxes.
I'd say about 140.
Whoa!
140, yeah.
That's a lot of bhajis.
So by the time I finish, it'll probably be about 200. So that's good.
Wow.
Oh, I've lost my bindi.
200 bhajis.
Oh, I've lost my bindi.
I'll find it, but don't know now.
Okay.
You lost your bindi?
And what would you normally recommend eating with your bhajis? Certain types of dips?
Oh, yes. A yogurt and mint, lovely. Just stick a bit of mint sauce with yogurt. That's really nice. Add some fresh coriander to that. That was a treat. You chop some coriander, some fresh natural yogurt, and a bit of mint sauce. That's all you need, really. Raita's very nice. So shredded cucumber. Traditionally, with raita, you have mustard seeds, which you ground into a pepper form. It's what I showed you earlier on, was the mustard seeds. And then you don't cook them or anything. You just ground them into a paste, and you add a little tiny teaspoon with natural yogurt and shredded cucumber, and that's your raita, basically. You can add a bit of salt. It's turmeric to taste, but it's fine. You can add a bit of chili if you want, fresh green chili, but that's your basic raita. Ketchup's always good with an onion bhaji.
First we have sometimes.
I don't think ketchup sounds right to me.
Ketchup's good.
Is it? I'm not a fan of ketchup.
You're not?
I'm not personally, no. Emma and Holly are saying, looking forward to trying the bhajis.
Who is?
Holly. That's Emma and, well, Holly, I think. But Emma's mum.
Ah, good.
I think lots of people are looking forward to trying these bhajis.
It's going to be very tasty, I'm sure.
Mr. Spracklen, are there many? Do you know if you've had many replies?
I haven't, but they've all had that message. The class.
Okay, that's fine. There'll be plenty for all.
So, and I know that I'm sure that there's plenty of staff that will be waiting around. I'm sure Miss White will be there, and Julia and Jules as well.
Well, you can easily, you know, the thing about barges, you can easily eat 7 or 8 in one go.
I've never tried personally, obviously.
No, I keep refusing to give you some because you're always annoying me over one thing or another regarding procedures and things. Anyway, you're on a diet, aren't you, Mr. Spracklen?
I am. It's not been going so well recently. I'll be honest. You know, I keep making an excuse. I'm sure I could make an excuse for a bargee in the future.
Well, you'll have to get back on track. I'm sure your wife will be making sure you do. And how are your children enjoying the programme? What do they think of it all?
They're good. Reese has been in most of the day. Do you want to say hello, Reese?
Hello.
Hello, Reese.
Hi, Reese.
You've been watching it. What are you doing at the moment? Tell Prabha what you're doing at the moment.
Indian sackful.
So Reese is making an India fact file.
Oh, brilliant.
He's working on his little desk there, and he's been writing down some facts.
Do you know, Reese, who the president of India is at the minute, the Prime Minister?
Who do you know? You know?
That's what I want to know.
I bet Mr. McBean does.
No, I don't know. Sorry.
I bet Mr. Barrington does.
I bet Mr. Farrington does.
He's disappeared now.
It's Modi.
Mr. Modi.
Mr. Modi.
Narendra Modi.
Yeah, there you
No,
go.
that does ring a bell.
Yes.
I wouldn't have got it though.
He's changing a lot of things in India at the minute. Depends what side you're on as to whether you think he's great or not. Just like anybody, any prime minister or president, really. But he's making great changes.
He's trying to.
Or he's trying to. He introduced refuse collection. He started off, he was the local minister in Surat, in Gujarat. And he was the first, he as a local MP, introduced refuse collection, which was amazing back in the day. That was many, many years ago. So he's been doing some revolutionary stuff.
That's got to be a good idea.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. The streets are so much cleaner now. It's so different from when I used to visit India, because since I was little, I used to go every 5 years. But this last time I went with the children, the streets were clean.
I wouldn't say that.
What would you?
No, not clean.
Cleaner.
Cleaner.
Cleaner. Well, in comparison to what I'd seen, it was, cleaner. So I've got the last batch of onion bhajis going in now. They might be slightly crispier, browner, but it's hard to talk and do 2 woks at the same time, really.
You're doing a good job. Here's another question: Have you or Thomas, either of you, experienced driving in India? Is that something you did when you were there?
We didn't drive ourselves, and I'm very glad of that fact. Indeed, we did. We went touring around the sites, being driven in a minibus. But it's the most
terrifying experience for Thomas.
It
was.
was.
He was invited to sit at the front of this minibus.
It's normally when you travel or drive in this country down a motorway, you expect everyone to go in the same direction.
Yeah, that's reasonable consumption.
Well, in India, if you've missed your turning or you decided you want a cup of tea a couple of miles back, you just do a U-turn on the motorway.
Yeah.
That's what speed, everything else, and whatever direction anything else is going.
It's also very, very loud, but all the lorry drivers driving these huge, rather old-fashioned lorries, decorated to the hilt, have signs on the back saying, "Toot horn, please." So everyone, when they're driving, is sounding the horn all the time to tell other people that they're there. So it's very loud. It's very loud.
And every horn is different, and everyone's got a different tune, and everyone's got a different sound of the horn. I mean, the horn is it's quite musical. They've made it so it's part of traveling around. So everybody's made up their little horn and its tune, and the lights they have on their truck are all different and illuminated, and they're decorated with pictures.
And great garlands of flowers and blessings, and I think
idols.
I think that's really the equivalent of having road insurance. Yeah. If the gods look kindly upon you, or your karma is good, then you'll be all right. But you get used to it. You do get used to it, or you just say, "Well, I'm just going to have it."
You
No,
closed your eyes.
no,
You had to close your eyes.
yeah. So I was practically stabbing an imaginary brake pedal half the time.
Now, Preba and Mr. McBean, Mrs. Long sent me a special photo, and I wonder if you can spot when this was taken.
Oh,
look at this.
Oh, we're on the street, aren't we?
We're in the carnival, aren't we?
We are. That's
And
right.
Mrs. Long says this is a carnival a few years ago. Preba helped dress us all, and I still have the bindi she gave me that day and was wearing it earlier.
Oh.
I've lost mine, Mrs. Long.
There we are. Look, check that out.
I remember that day.
It was warm, wasn't it? It was a nice sunny day, was it? When we were looking up at the weather.
We didn't have a Deutsche Carnival last year because it got cancelled, and I don't think there'll be one this year by the sounds of it, but hopefully it'll be back soon.
Was that when Mr. Farrington was off school?
I'm not sure. This is long to send a message in.
Was that when Mr. Farrington was off school? So we did it to celebrate Mr. Farrington. We did India Day.
It was the theme was around the world or something, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah, and we did India Day because I think Mr. Farrington was off. Wasn't at school at the time. Not sure. So in order to celebrate and to cheer him up, I think we did the Indian theme. I know Mrs. Scott or Mrs. Long might remember the reason we did Indian Day, but it was good fun. It was good fun. I remember trying to dress Mrs. Scott, Mrs. Long, and maybe a couple of other teachers.
It's a daily problem, to be honest.
Hey. But we were in one of the car parks. Is it Fairfield? And we were
by the market.
Yeah, where it progresses, it starts the procession. And I was trying to dress the ladies in their saris. I must tell you, Mrs. Scott is not a very good model because she won't stand still for longer than a minute. And trying to wrap a sari around her was quite difficult. Plus, she's very tall.
That doesn't surprise me, to be honest.
No.
Right.
We got there in the end. I don't think we won any awards like we did The Greatest Showman, though. Did we? I don't think we. I think the school received a check, which Mrs. Scott was very pleased about. I think we received a check.
Mrs. Long says my bindi is pink. It might have been for Mr. Farrington. Yes, in the market garden, in the market getting dressed. Sorry.
Yes, that's it. Yeah. Where they hold the Wednesday market. That's the car park we were in.
That's right.
Oh, I remember. I must have had baby. Imogen must have been in a pram then. Must have been pushing. I think Thomas was pushing my younger two around in prams at that point.
Well, I can see Mrs. Cornell's in that photo as well.
How is Mrs. Cornell?
Mrs. Cornell as well.
Good.
I've had contact from her recently. She's doing very well.
Right, so we should be on track. It's about 1:15. The last bunch is in. As soon as this is done, we'll shoot down and go and deliver these.
Fantastic. Well, now's a perfect opportunity for us to say a big thank you to the Mistry-Dyer family. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
It's been absolutely incredible. We've absolutely loved our day, our virtual India Day. It's been very, very special. Thank you so much to everyone who's tuned in, all the people that asked questions. Thanks to Mr. Farrington for joining us earlier. Thank you to Mr. McBean too for joining us. And a very, very special thank you to Preba. Thank you so much, Preba.
You're welcome. I just want to thank everybody who's been involved at home and sent in lovely pictures and have dressed up and made the day so special by all of you being involved. It's made it feel such a pleasant day away from school. And I want to just thank you all for making it perfect.
Well, Mrs. Long says thank you so much. It's been great. And the Baker family say thank you. It's been a very interesting day.
Yes, thanks. Good, okay.
Thank you very much. We'll say goodbye now. I'm going to end the broadcast. Take care now.
Bye, everyone. Namaste.